Yeah, you tuned into the right place. Welcome to the rain. Golden Queuing. H 2.0. Yeah. You're looking for a diamond, found a treasure in the rough. Tired of all the noise, cause you finally had enough. I'm here to build a movement on a mission for the nation. Dropping gems of knowledge, killing all the hesitation. We fighting for the truth, yeah, we fighting for what's right. Building unity and shining up a brand new light. It's a variety channel, but the vision's crystal clear. Pushing us all forward, conquering the doubt and fear. Welcome to the Queendom, H 2.0 on your screen, where the content's real and smart and funny in between. This is more than just a stream, it's a platform for the change. Time to elevate the game and rearrange. If you're ready for a vibe that you can feel and trust, joining in the movement is a definite must. This ain't just another channel talking smack behind the screen. It's a spotlight for the creators, building up a better scene. Spreading radical love, that's the message in the code. Helping everybody carry up a heavy load. From social justice issues to the laughter that we need. Planting seeds of progress, watch them grow from just a seed. This is authentic, this is raw, this is everything you saw. Welcome to the battle that is truly being fought. Ooh, so come with your respect and see the real effect. Cause I protect my own right here on the throne. Don't make me me. Unleash the dragon. Subscribe, ring that notification bell. Yeah, you don't wanna miss a thing. Welcome to the family. Yeah.
Diddle ghosts in a machine, they feed us fiction till our vision's blurred. You know the scene, static on the screen, a 24-hour screen, selling us a fractured dream, tearing at the seams. They got us locked in little boxes, picking sides, while the real tide rises, and nobody hides. Podiums are burning, bridges turn to ash and dust. They trading rhetoric like bullets, banking on our lack of trust. Got us debating pronouns while the planet starts to rust. Got us obsessed with power, drowning in our own disgust. Politicians playing chess with pawns that look like you and me, selling off the future for a bump in they damn GDP. And what we talking about? The foolishness, the vanity, fighting over AI songs, the height of our insanity. The fake voice on a fake beat gets more rage and more ink than a real bomb dropping on a city while we blink. They engineered the outrage, designed it to divide, so we never look up from our phones to see the coming tide. Can you hear the war drum pounding out a rhythm low? They're marching us to battle for a God we do not know. They want us choosing colors, but our blood all runs the same. Just strangers in a mirror, whispering a different name. I'm praying for the day the sun won't care what shade we are, that we can see the human heart behind the battle scars. Tear down the flags and see the faces fall. We run out of safe places. I see the babies born in the tatters back cake, taught to fear the neighbor before they learn to conjugate. Lines drawn in the sand by hands that never touch the sword, while the working class backbone is bent in endless toil. From Feuds to Palestine, from Kiev to the Sudan, it's the same damn story
each other in the eye, past the melanin, past the zip codes and the bank accounts they fence us in. What if our only currency was empathy and grace? What if we found our real reflection in a stranger's face? This ain't a lyric, it's a lifeline that I'm throwing out. This ain't a song, it's the beginning of a different route. I'm a daughter of the struggle, a mother of the dream, to wash away the blood and poison from this bitter stream. So turn the volume down on all the noise they try to sell, and listen to that quiet voice inside you know so well. World War III is knocking. They're at the door. But it's not nation against nation anymore. It's ignorance against wisdom. It's love against the fear. The real war is right here.
Hey y'all, what's up? What's up? What's up? It's your girl Golden. I am back with another video, y'all. It is Monday, so you know we gotta get back into the regular scheduled program, y'all. And y'all know what we do over here. We keep it updated when it comes to what is happening in this political sector, and what is going on with our government, y'all. So I have some updates I wanted to bring to you guys. But it is about 2:20 p.m. here Eastern time in the United States and the Carolinas. And y'all, the weather is superb. It is beautiful. I was out there earlier today with my son. We was playing for a little bit. And it is so warm. The sun is shining. There's a nice little small breeze as well. So it's like a great mixture of weather here. I hope you guys are having a wonderful Monday in whatever respectful time zone it is that you guys are in, whether it's morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And hopefully y'all have some decent weather where you're at. Because sometimes I feel like that makes all the difference. But yeah, so the weather is great and I'm feeling great, child. It is a beautiful Monday. But yeah, we got to get back into these politics, y'all. We got a few things we got to talk about and update you on. So it seems to be really heating up. We're going to be breaking down the high stakes, the U.S. naval blockade of Iran, the unprecedented public clash between Pope Leo and the Trump administration, and the massive election upset in Hungary that is sending shockwaves through the EU. We're also tracking the countdown to the FISA expiration. I don't know if y'all remember about that, but it's getting very close. We'll be talking a bit about that because it's coming up very soon. We'll also be talking about the latest SCOTUS rumors and the global battle over energy laws. So let's get into these facts, y'all, that they really ain't out here telling y'all. So it is, like I said, Monday, April 13th, 2026, and the world is moving very fast. We got 7 heavy hitting stories that we'll be covering today. Military blockades, Middle East, historic showdown between the Vatican and the White House. You know how we do. We got to give y'all the truth, okay? We give you the context and we keep you prepared. So let's go ahead and dive right in. So the first thing we'll talk about, which we have titled as the Ring of Steel, the U.S. blockade of Iran commences. So at 10 a.m. this morning, the game officially changed. The U.S. Navy has begun a formal blockade of Iranian ports. The administration has made it clear, if you pay a toll to Iran to pass through those waters, your ship is now a target. We are seeing tankers literally turning around in the middle of the ocean right now, going back the other way. Iran is firing back with words, saying no Gulf port is safe, but the U.S. is tightening the noose on their energy infrastructure. This is a massive escalation that could hit global oil prices literally by tonight, y'all. And guess who has to pay those prices? The people. Gas prices will be soaring through the roof because of all of these childish games that seem to be being played. But y'all know, per usual, I have videos. So we'll get into the videos and the news reports. We also, like I said, we'll be talking about the Pope versus the president in this American standoff. So we have history that is literally happening in the making right now. We have Pope Leo XIV, who is the first American-born pope, and he's not backing down. We talked about this a little bit on one of my previous political lives. While flying to Algeria this morning, he addressed the president's recent criticisms head on. He told reporters he has no fear of the administration and will continue to preach peace over war. It's a wild dynamic to see a U.S. president and American pope in an open war of words. The Vatican is pushing for a ceasefire in the Iran conflict, which is absolutely what needs to happen, while the White House sees the stance as a threat to national security. This is crazy. So the Pope and the president not getting along, at odds. That's something, y'all, is historically never have really happened. You know what I mean? So this is why we talk about these type of updates, and we also see that we're bearing witness to history in the making, because that's typically not how it works. Typically they go hand in hand, right? Like the Pope and the president, they typically are on the same page, but and guess what? It don't have nothing to do about race or background, because look, this Pope Leo is American born. He's an American. And so he's like, yo, no, this is not right. And he ain't got no fear. And of course he wasn't. We don't have fear. When you walk with, the creator on your side, and however you see that creator to be, you don't walk in fear. So Pope is like, absolutely not. Absolutely not. None of this is right. And I don't care what you do and what you say. I'm not scared of you. I'm telling you what it is or how it is. And that's, basically what we're hearing. The Pope is standing 10 toes down, okay? We also got to talk about the fall of the giant. So, y'all, for some of this, we're talking about Hungary. And so some of these names I may mispronunciate, and I do apologize. But the fall of the giant. So we have Orban Ustad in Hungary. Big news is coming out of Europe. So Viktor Orban has held a tight grip on Hungary for years. This has officially conceded. The newcomer, who is Peter Magyar, and the FISA party pulled off a massive upset in yesterday's election. This is a huge blow to the nationalist movement in Europe and a major win for the pro-EU crowd, even with claims that the playing field wasn't level. The people showed up in record numbers to demand a change. So watch this space, because the new Hungary is going to look very different from the old Hungary. And fun fact, one of our closest, dearest family friends that lives like literally right above me is actually from Hungary, born and raised. And so she's even taught me, how to speak some of the language. So she's such a sweet lady, such a sweet person. And so you'd be surprised the people that you meet in the world and in life. Like, it's people from all over the big, beautiful globe that you can meet and become friends with and very close with that are really great people. And so I've learned a lot, just sitting down and having conversations with her. But anyway, moving on from that, we also got to talk about the FISA countdown, 7 days to darkness. So listen close. Because this affects your privacy, right? Your privacy, my privacy, all of our privacy. We are exactly 7 days away from the expiration of the FISA Section 702 that is going to be happening on April 20th. This is the law that allows the government to sweep up digital communications. The administration is demanding an 18-month extension with no strings attached. But a group of rebels in D.C. is demanding a warrant requirement. They want to stop the government from spying on Americans, so-called by accident. If they don't reach a deal by next Monday, the lights go out on these surveillance powers. This is something that we really got to dig into deeper, y'all, and we'll hear some reports on it, and I'm going to give y'all some information on it additionally, because a lot of this does tie into, if we think about it, what we do every day here, right? On YouTube, social media, contents, things of that nature, right? Internet, all of that. So we'll get into that in a deep way. After we play some of the videos, I have some more information I will bring to y'all about that as well. We also will be talking about SCOTUS Watch. Is Justice Alito stepping down? So the rumor mill in D.C. is spinning at high speed today. Justice Samuel Alito was recently treated for dehydration. And at 76 years old, everyone is wondering if he's ready to hang up the robe. If Alito retires now, that would give the administration a chance to put a young conservative justice on the bench before the 2026 midterms. This would secure a conservative majority for the next 30 years. So y'all, we got to keep our eyes on the court. An announcement could come any day now. We can't be sure which way this is going to go, but if they put a young conservative in there, just imagine things will be slightly different. Now, we also will be talking about this corporate lockdown in the Global Energy Summit. Something that sounds technical, but it hits your wallet. A global summit started today to change ISDS laws. Basically, big oil companies have been using these laws to sue governments that pass green energy rules. Countries like Australia are leading the charge to say no more. They want to make it so corporations can't sue a country just because that country wants to move away from fossil fuels. It's a massive legal battle between big oil and green policy. So we got to get into this too, y'all, because this does make a big difference, especially when it comes to the people's pockets. And last but not least, Trump, per usual, is panicking over stalemate in Iran talks. So the tension just hit a 10. The peace talks in Islamabad, which everyone was hoping would end this war, have officially failed. Vice President J.D. Vance packed up and left after Iran refused to give up their nuclear ambitions. Now the White House is in scramble mode. The president is already taken to social media, per usual, y'all, threatening that any ship paying an illegal toll to Iran will have no safe passage. This ties into what we talked about on the first topic. The U.S. Navy moving the block in the Strait of Hormuz, which handles 20% of the world's oil. This will affect us as the people. This isn't just a stalemate. It is a powder keg. So let's go ahead and get into a few videos and reports, y'all, because things are getting very, very, very deep and crazy. And a lot of this stuff, these are the important things that, we really can take some time out to pay attention to, because this is what is going to affect everyday lives of the people. So y'all know how I do. I talk too much. So let me go ahead and get into this first video, y'all. I'm gonna get this up. I'm gonna go over here and check some of the comments in the chat. Y'all, I haven't been over there yet. Hold on, I'm coming. Let's get this first video up. This is from none other than one of my favorites now. Like I said, Ben Masalis over at the Midas Touch Network. He goes in on Trump. But let's go ahead and talk about how Trump is panicking over this stalemate in the Iranian talks. We'll get into that video first, okay? So let me go ahead and get this up there for y'all, and I will meet y'all in the chat.
and stalemate in these purported peace talks that are taking place in Islamabad, Pakistan. J.D. Vance, Jared Kushner, and Steve Witkoff showed up on behalf of the Trump regime to negotiate with all of the top leaders in Iran who showed up. And the Trump regime tried to immediately change the 10-point negotiating framework that Iran put forward that Donald Trump agreed to as a precondition to have a ceasefire and to have these peace talks in Islamabad. Now, the Iranian leaders are telling their state TV that the U.S. is continuing with extravagant demands, that they will make one last effort to try to speak directly with the United States. But if they are unable to negotiate within the 10-point framework, Iran is going to walk out and leave. Here's what we are hearing right now from the Iranian state regime media. They write, a new round of trilateral negotiations between Iran, the United States, and Pakistan began just minutes ago. Tasman's correspondents dispatched to the negotiation site. Given the excessive demands of the United States, it appears this is the Iranian team's final opportunity to the Americans for reaching a common framework in this round of talks. Now, of course, within that negotiating framework, Iran always said that it controls the Strait of Hormuz, and it always rejected any full control or partial control or joint venture with Donald Trump and the United States. One of the things that the Trump regime immediately tried to impose on these negotiations by changing the 10-point negotiating framework is to say that Donald Trump will be doing a joint venture with the Ayatollah and they will control the Strait of Hormuz together. Iran says, no, we won this war. We want to build on our gains from this war. We control the Strait of Hormuz and we will not agree to any such joint venture structure. And that's what Donald Trump kept on talking about. Reza Nasri explains, as a Pakistani diplomat who I happen to meet today told me of these discussions that are taking place in Islamabad, Pakistan. In essence, the United States cannot conduct serious diplomacy. Their arrogance and maximalist approach make it extremely difficult for them to show minimum care and flexibility for the interests and concerns of other nations. In other words, the Trump regime showed up. They agreed to a 10-point negotiating framework that Iran put forward, induced Iran to show up at this negotiation. And then J.D. Vance, Jared Kushner, and Steve Witkoff tried to change all of the terms to what Donald Trump's been posting about on a social media platform. Professor Mohammad Marandi, who is representing the Iranian delegation as well, and he's there in Islamabad, Pakistan right now. Here's what he posted. One of the individuals close to the negotiating team told me that unreasonable demands from the Trump regime are still hindering the establishment of the desired framework. The Iranian team insists on its demands and conditions to solidify the military achievements it has gained. However, there may be another round of negotiations tonight or tomorrow aimed at making a final effort to reach an acceptable framework. And we're already at that final stage right now where there is this stalemate regarding the acceptable framework. And Iran said, we agreed to this 10-point plan, stick to the 10-point plan, or else there's no purpose of these negotiations. The president of Iran, Pezeshkian, just posted, a high-ranking Iranian delegation that has arrived in Pakistan is a staunch guardian of Iran Iran's interest with all of its might. And in this vein, it will engage in negotiations with courage. In any case, our service to the people will not pause for a moment. And whatever the outcome of negotiations may be, the government stands firmly by the people's side. Now, Iranian state regime media is reposting the social media post of Professor Morandi, who's there right now in Pakistan, confirming that there is this stalemate because the United States refuses to negotiate within the framework that they previously agreed to negotiate. Now, one of these.
All right, so Ben is breaking it down excellently, like he always does. But I did do some notes and stuff, so I wanted to go ahead and just read to you all, give you a little bit of a breakdown as well, as far as like what all of this is, how it affects us, why it matters, right? So basically what we're saying, this is the final offer that has failed, okay? So Vice President J.D. Vance and the U.S. delegation have spent 21 hours in a marathon session in Islamabad over the weekend. They presented what Vance called Washington's final and best offer. So the United States is giving this final and best offer to Iran. The U.S. demand, this is what the U.S. is demanding, a total verifiable commitment that Iran will abandon its pursuit of nuclear weapons and dismantle the tools used for rapid enrichment. Now, the Iranians have pushed back. Their pushback is this. Tehran claimed that the United States demands were unreasonable and excessive. They insisted on their right to a civilian nuclear program and refused to fully pull support from their regional proxies, while the United States maintains its heavy military presence. Now, what is the result of all of this? Well, like these people do, J.D. Vance walked away, boarded an Air Force Two, and stated that the failure of the deal is bad news for Iran, much more than it is bad news for the United States. So basically, in his feelings, the U.S. is in the feelings, Trump is in the feelings, because Iran said, no, we're not taking that deal. We're not taking that offer. Absolutely not. And so now they're upset. And now we're going to see, and we'll have to see, unfortunately, what will now come from this. So why does this matter right now? Because the talks failed, President Trump pulled the trigger on a naval blockade that officially started today at 10 a.m. Now, this is a maximum pressure on steroids. The U.S. is trying to choke off Iran's last remaining revenue streams to force them back to the table or collapse their ability to fund the war. You see what I'm saying here? It is like a strong arm bully situation, right? Now, what is the risk of all of this? Iran has already threatened that no Gulf port will be safe if their ships are stopped. This turns the Strait of Hormuz, where 20% of the world's oil flows, into a potential combat zone. Now imagine how dangerous that is, to have a combat zone where they have all of this stored up oil. However, 20% of the world, not the United States, but the world's oil comes from this location. So not only will this be affecting gas prices for the United States, this will be affecting gas prices worldwide, right? To a certain extent when it comes to that 20%. Now let's talk about the costs. Oil prices are already jumping. We've already seen that. They're going up, they're going up, they're going up. We saw crude oil hit $98 a barrel as the markets opened this week. So just starting this week, the crude oil is now at $98 a barrel. An analysis warned that if this blockade stays in place, we could see messy non-compliance and supply shortages within weeks. So not only are you at risk that you have to pay extremely expensive prices for gas, but there may be a time where you pull up to the pump and there's no gas available. You may not have any at all, right? This is major. This is going to affect how people are getting to work, how people are traveling, how people are just going back and forth to do their day-to-day tasks. I remember it wasn't, what was it? Maybe around the time of CVID, that there was limited gas at certain gas stations. There were certain gas stations in my town here that were closed and shut down for business because they didn't have any gas. And the ones that did, the cars literally were not just lined up at the pumps. The lines were so long, they was almost outside on the road in line to get gas, any amount that they could get because the shortage. And even though the prices was high, they needed it, you know, so they was just trying to get whatever they could afford. But then the shortages, so they had to move and shift around to go to gas stations that had some left to offer. And when the ones ran out, they had to shut down shop. So this ceasefire clock is ticking. We are currently under a fragile 2-week ceasefire that was supposed to provide space for these talks. Number one, expiration date. That truce is set to expire on April 22nd. Now, here's the reality. With the negotiations in ruins, the blockade in effect, the chances of this ceasefire holding until next Wednesday are very slim. Israel is still engaging with Hezbollah and Lebanon, and the U.S. military is already clearing mines in the strait. So, what does this mean? We aren't just talking about a disagreement. We're talking about a re-escalation. The total exit from interpersonal dramas between, Trump and people he don't get along with. We discussed this here on this channel on multiple lives, especially when we're dealing with politics. The economic impact, okay? Like I said, the gas pumps. This is not only going to raise the prices of gas, this can also possibly take gas out of the equation altogether. It may not be available. And yes, we know a lot of people have converted over to electric vehicles and cars, but there's still a lot of vehicles and even public transportation that runs off of fuels. Now, what's the security impact? We're watching to see if Iran retaliates against the United States assets or neighboring Gulf states like Kuwait or the UAE. Now, what is the impact on DC? This gives the administration more leverage to push for the FISA Section 702 extension that we talked about a bit earlier, using the war footing as a reason to keep surveillance very high. And we'll get into that in a deeper part of this conversation when it comes to this surveillance. But let Ben go ahead and continue because he's got a lot more good things he's going to say. So let's listen together. Hold on. Here we go. I just wanted to break that down a little bit, y'all.
That the United States under Donald Trump tried to pull, apparently, while these mediated negotiations are taking place, is that the U.S. tried to send 2 U.S. Navy destroyers through the Strait of Hormuz to conduct a mine-sweeping operation. These ships were immediately located by Iran's Navy. Iran's Navy told them to go back. This was conveyed to the mediator, the Prime Minister of Pakistan, Prime Minister Sharif, and he communicated to the United States no further talks would continue unless and until the United States destroyers turned around. Those destroyers did indeed turn around. They did not do any operations in the Strait of Hormuz. They entered for a second, then they were told to go back, and then they immediately turned around, but that's not stopping CENTCOM from publishing incorrect information. U.S. CENTCOM claims U.S. forces started a mine-clearing mission in the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, right now, the propaganda coming out from the United States, and I understand there's propaganda in war. Trust me, I understand Iran puts out propaganda. The United States under the Trump regime puts out propaganda. And I'll just say that a huge destroyer going 40 miles per hour would be detected, especially when Iran did indeed allow a Chinese tanker and an Indian tanker to leave the Strait of Hormuz. So this idea that there was just 2 random U.S. destroyers going back and forth in the Strait of Hormuz, just logically, that doesn't make any sense at all. And Bloomberg is reporting that that the U.S. destroyers turned around. But CENTCOM, which just is just a Trumpian, whatever you want to even call it at this point, posts U.S. Central Command forces began setting conditions for clearing mines in the Strait of Hormuz on April 11th. as 2 U.S. Navy-guided missile destroyers conducted operations. The Frank Peterson and the USS Michael Murphy transited the Strait of Hormuz and operated in the Arabian Gulf as part of a broader mission to ensure the strait is fully clear of sea mines previously laid by Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Today, we began the process of establishing a new passage, and we will share this safe pathway with the maritime industry soon to encourage the free flow of commerce. You realize the maritime industry isn't stupid? You realize the maritime industry reads this and sees that this is just utter BS and that you did not create any situation where there would be safety for the maritime industry. So you have the U.S. doing that. Meanwhile, you had Netanyahu. He held a press conference in Israel while these peace talks are taking place in Islamabad, Pakistan. You had Netanyahu. He addressed the nation of Israel, and here's what he said. He said that the campaign by Israel against Lebanon is not over yet, that Iran has sought to eliminate Israel, but it is now struggling to survive. We have a lot more to do. And then he posts, under my leadership, Netanyahu says, Israel will continue to fight against Iran's terrorist regime and its proxies, in contrast to Erdogan of Turkey, who aids them and even slaughters his Kurdish citizens. And then there's also, like, Iran claims U.S. agreed to release billions of frozen oil funds. The U.S. claims it didn't release it. Iran says they did release it. I mean, here's what we know for a fact happened. Iran allowed a pair of Chinese super tankers carrying oil for the Chinese energy giant Sinopec to cross through the Strait of Hormuz today. An additional Liberia flag tanker also crossed. Iran also allowed the Indian tanker Jag Vikram to cross. And the New York Times is reporting that China has been more actively involved than even others previously expected their involvement to be in providing weapons and supplies to Iran. Iran now becoming a major global player in the major global player in the Middle East as a result of Donald Trump's essentially surrender and Trump's weakness out of this war. And now China getting a strong foothold in the area. I mean, this is a gift in China's lap and Xi Jinping's lap to now assert control over the Middle East through a alliance with Iran, and those Chinese tankers are currently getting through. So while the U.S. tried to pull that stunt, the real thing that happened was the Chinese tankers were allowed to leave. Let's take a look at what Professor Morandi just said. Again, he's with the Iranian delegation, and Professor Morandi said the following about the status of the negotiations right now. Let's play this clip right here.
So we would be utterly naive to trust anything that comes from the United States. The Trump regime in particular is exceptionally dishonest and deceitful. We saw that with the 12-day war. We were indirectly negotiating with them before the war, and it turned out that they were conspiring to attack us during the negotiations. Of course, we didn't trust them then either. It was if we were deceived, but that's what they were doing. And before this war too, we were negotiating through Oman, and the Omani foreign minister said there was progress, but then they attacked us again in a blitzkrieg attack. We do these negotiations in order for the international community, the global South, the global majority, and ordinary people in the West, so that they would recognize that it is the United States that is dishonest. If we don't negotiate, then they'll say that there was a solution, but we did not pursue it. We're showing everyone that we're always there to find solutions, but that it is the other side that is dishonest. We had preconditions for these negotiations, and they've been stonewalling. So, and unless they stop the stonewalling, there won't be progress. And we're fully prepared to go back to war. We're not afraid of the United States. The world has seen the capabilities of the Islamic Republic of Iran and the axis of resistance. The world has seen that we are far more powerful than people expected. And that is because of the resilience of the Iranian people, the resilience of the people of Lebanon and Iraq and Yemen. And the Americans will ultimately fail. Their only way forward is to carry out their commitments. If they want to save the global economy, they have to carry out their commitments. If they want to crash the global economy for the sake of the madman in Tel Aviv, that's their choice. But
notable as well, the Pakistan delegation certainly has been, or the Pakistan mediation group led by Prime Minister Sharif in Pakistan has been showing the Iranians certainly a lot more attention and a lot more care and showing a lot more affection than to the United States. I mean, you can see over here the Prime Minister Sharif of Pakistan hugging Foreign Minister Araghchi, the head of parliament, Ghalibaf, and other leaders of Iran. And then you had Jared Kushner, Donald Trump's son-in-law, right? I mean, pathetic Jared Kushner, who basically almost bankrupted the building that he bought in Manhattan, had to get bailed out by Qatar, that 666 building back in the first Trump regime. You have Kushner trying to hug Prime Minister Sharif. You see Prime Minister Sharif, basically rebukes him, like, get the hell away. And also, while these mediations are taking place, you have Trump sycophants putting in op-eds in the Washington Post about assassinating the negotiators from Iran who are there right now negotiating or trying to negotiate a peace deal that Trump agreed to the 10-point plan. You have this guy, Mark Thiessen, a Trump sycophant who's always cited by Donald Trump, and he's like a real big Trumper, a Trump proxy. He published this op-ed in the Washington Post calling for the assassination of the negotiators if a deal isn't made. In other words, we're going to kill all the negotiators. And trust me, the negotiators know he wrote that. The spokesperson for Iran's foreign ministry, Bakay, he posts, while U.S. authorities accuse Iran of lacking good faith and engaging in extortion elements within the U.S. policy and media space, are outright recommending the assassination of the Iranian negotiators in the event that negotiations fail. Is this not, in effect, a policy discourse that normalizes extortion through the threat or public incitement of terror, violence, and manslaughter? This express public incitement for state terrorism must be denounced by all. Again, so they clearly know what that this was intended to, threaten and harass. You have the Iranian social media accounts posting that article in the Washington Post and saying, not yet impressive, next time try harder. And they're showing you what's in this Washington Post article. Fourth, this is what is recommended by Trump's proxy. Fourth, carry out a final barrage of leadership strikes, eliminating the Iranian officials who had been spared for the purpose of negotiations. Iran's leaders must be made to understand that their lives literally depend on reaching a negotiated settlement to Trump's liking. If they refuse to do so, they will be killed. That's what is being published right now on American media. While the mediation is taking place, Trump's having his proxy post that. Netanyahu saying the war is not yet done in the Middle East. And you have the Trump regime sending destroyers into the Strait of Hormuz, 2 destroyers, and then those destroyers being sent back, but claiming they had some successful mission anyway. And so I look at those facts objectively, and I'm like, okay, the first time the Trump regime did this last June, they invaded during the negotiation. Then recently, late February, with the foreign minister of Oman, there was basically a deal reached, and then the United States invaded with Netanyahu. Right here, they go to this mediation and all that other stuff they're doing right now, and Iran's like, see you later, we're not dealing with that. Let me know what you think. Hit subscribe. We're going to keep you posted as always, giving you all of the facts, giving you all of the data that you need to know. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 7 million subscribers. Thanks for watching. Want to stay plugged in?
All right, y'all. So that was our first topic. So y'all let me know, what do y'all think? What do y'all feel? And I know that, already people are feeling it in the pockets, right? Because people are pulling up, to the gas stations and stuff like this. And we know that the oil prices are high. We know that the gas prices is going up. Gas is probably not going to be available. You know what I mean? Like, the people are always the ones who have to deal with this type of stuff when individuals like Trump and his administration decide to have a, temper tantrum and shake up and mess up the entire world, right? Like, come on. And we've been watching this play out. We've been watching it very closely over here, piece by piece, day by day, how these things are moving and operating. So that's where we're at with that topic, y'all. So now we got to go ahead and get into the next one. Okay. And so I am going to probably take a little quick song break, right? Because we got to split it up and stuff like that. But after the song break, now we got to talk about this, because this is real serious. All of these are serious. But we got to talk about the Pope versus the president in this American standoff, right? So as we spoke about earlier, it's the clash of the titans, basically. Pope Leo XIV, the first American-born pope, officially has entered a war of words with the White House. From the Papal flight to Algeria, the pontiff just sent a clear message. I am not afraid. We're going to be breaking down the religious, political, and historical impact of this unprecedented feud. Is this about faith, or is this about the future of American foreign policy? Sometimes I think it's a mix of both, y'all. That's just my personal opinion. Because I believe that we are in World War III, but I also feel like we are also in a spiritual war as well. And we're feeling that in multiple places and spaces. We're witnessing something that, like I said earlier, has not happened in our lifetime. I know it didn't happen in mine. We have a sitting U.S. president and the head of the Catholic Church who just happens to be a kid from the States, speaking about the Pope, that is going toe-to-toe now on a world stage. So, flying to Algeria, Pope Leo XIV was asked about the administration's recent attacks on his peace-first stance. He didn't hold back. He told the press, I don't have any fear. He's standing on the gospel, pushing for a ceasefire in the Iran conflict, while the president is calling his approach dangerously weak and out of touch. Of course he would. Of course he would. Because all you want to do is continue to fight and be nasty work, right? And anybody who is pushing for peace or pushing for unity or pushing for love or ceasefire, any of those things, right? You get titled things. You're supposed to be out of touch. You're supposed to be crazy. You're supposed to be weak. You're supposed to be soft. All of the things, right? It's crazy how this really ties into a lot of things that we even see happen on this YouTube platform and other places and spaces. But this isn't just a religious debate. It is a political earthquake. Millions of voters are caught in the middle. Do you follow the commander-in-chief or do you follow the Holy Father? The White House sees the Pope's interference as a threat to national security. Excuse me? I cannot understand in any shape or form how that could be possibly true, in my personal opinion. While the Vatican says they are answering to a higher power. Now that I can get with. This is getting intense, and the fallout could change the 2026 midterms forever, which they need to be changed. This whole thing needs to be wrapped up, tied with a bow, and shipped off to Timbuktu with Trump and this administration and all of their mess. Because I don't know about y'all, but I'm sick of it. And not only is it affecting me, my family, and people in my country that I live in, but it's affecting people worldwide. Family. We all are family worldwide. No matter where we reside, no matter what our race is, we all are human first. We all are connected. We all are tethered to the source. So we're all family, and it's affecting all of us. So the first American factor, because Pope Leo is from the United States, his words carry a weight that previous popes maybe possibly didn't have. You know what I mean? Respectfully. He understands American politics, and he's using that knowledge to speak directly to the people, bypassing the usual diplomatic channels. The peace versus the power struggle. Now, the Pope's position, he's calling for an immediate halt to the naval blockade and a return to the Islamabad negotiations. He views the maximum pressure campaign as a threat to innocent lives, which it absolutely is. And we've seen that play out. We've seen all of the innocent lives being taken from us and blood being spilled. Trigger warning. But at the hands of this administration and their nasty work. Now, the president's position, Trump, he views the Pope as an activist. Well, let's just be clear. Historically, spiritual figures technically were activists. They were the main ones to speak up for the needs of the people in the community and all of that. Now we've seen that there's a shift where we're not seeing a lot of spiritual leaders doing that. But yes, that's always been a thing. So yes, the Pope probably is and will be an activist, and there's nothing wrong with that. But they trying to say that he's meddling in sovereign military strategy. I wouldn't call it meddling. The administration is essentially telling the Vatican to stay in your lane. Excuse me. But wasn't this, or didn't y'all see this whole uptick for religion and spirituality? But now, when a religious and the most highest and religious spiritual person has now entered the chat, now they're supposed to stay in their lane. So it just goes to show all of that spiritual talk, all of that religious talk, it's really all a fraud. It's just for show. Because you don't respect when someone of a very high position within the religious and spiritual sector has something to tell you about how you're moving and operating. Now, all of a sudden, they need to stay in their lane. So let's talk about the I'm not afraid quote. This is the headline of the day. By saying, the Pope, by saying he isn't afraid of the administration, the Pope is positioning himself as the primary moral opposition to the current war strategy. And to be quite honest, if y'all ask my opinion, I think that's what it takes. I think it's going to take us as a people, not just fighting for the needs, the necessities that we may have, right, when it comes to the flesh, but we also have to fight when it comes to the spirit, because spirits are being taken, spirits are being shaken, spirits are being turned dark, and spirits are equally as important as the flesh. And we see that there's a lot of people walking around now that the spirit is not intact. The spirit is not in a good place at all. And I believe you have to get your mind right and you got to get your spirit right. You know, it's a dual operation that needs to happen to clean things up here, because you move a lot differently if it's not just your mind is in the right place, but your heart and your soul and your spirit is in the right place as well. That's when we actually see a lot of proper change come to pass. So we're going to go ahead and get into this next video, y'all. But before we get into that, Roland Martin had a few words that he wanted to say as well, as far as, you know, with the oil prices and stuff like that in Iran. And I thought, you know, some of his commentary was pretty funny. So this is a little short clip. So I'm going to show y'all that one instead of doing the song break. We'll show that video. And then after we watch that little quick segment, we'll be moving right on with Pope Leo and, of course, Trump. But yeah, I am very happy and I'm very proud to see that people are standing up for what's right, despite our differences. Even when we see, and it comes to our, maybe if people want to call it extreme differences of religion and spirituality, people are still saying right is right and wrong is wrong, period. Dead it, cut it, end it now. Anyway, let's hear a little bit from Roland Martin. This is only 6 minutes, y'all. After this, we'll get into the covers that I got to show y'all with Pope Leo and Trump, and we'll hear exactly what Pope Leo had to say. All right, y'all, let me go ahead and get this up on the screen. We'll watch it together, and I will meet y'all in the chat per usual.
Absolutely insane. And y'all remember these little fools were talking about, oh man, we're gonna have oil down to $40 a barrel, and we're gonna do this here. Charles Gasparino, CNBC, he been talking all that trash against me on Twitter. What you got to say now, dog? When your boy's screwing this thing up? No, I saw this article in the New York Times where they said how the Team Trump weren't expecting Iran to respond the way that they have. And this is what, and then this whole deal like, oh yeah, we're gonna get to pick their leader. In what world did they think the Iranians were going to allow Washington to pick the leader of Iran? This is not Mossadegh in 1953. We tried that already. That led to the Shah of Iran, which is why they pissed off with us to this day right now. It kills me, all these people who have no idea, listen to these idiots, a grossly incompetent Secretary of Defense, a grossly incompetent Vice President, and a fool sitting in the Oval Office. They just thought, oh, yeah, Iran, they're just going to roll over and just hand us their country because we're going to come in with the military.
I told your audience last year, Iran ain't no punk. That was my exact quote. And what I meant by that was, it's a reason. There was a creator that made a very funny video about how past presidents go around Iran for a reason. You know what I'm saying? Like they are about it, and they have shown it. And this was one of the things I have been talking about since they went in June 2025. It's a reason why the JCPOA, it's a reason why the Iran nuclear deal even existed in the first place. Iran is a unique country in that region, size, population, certain capabilities. They're kind of theocratic worldview of the world. And that's another part of this that we don't talk enough about, that yes, their leader, their political leader is gone, so is their spiritual leader. And that isn't something that the Iranian people are going to forget anytime soon. And if people pay attention to me, they know how I feel about regime change, which you were talking about earlier, Roland. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. And it definitely does not work with Curly, Larry, and Mo. And Mo being the Secretary of State, and I know for a fact he knows better. And I know for a fact that man cannot look himself in the mirror when he goes home at night, because he knows better. He knows how government works. He's seen effective governance, but he is too busy bending over for Trump. He should be ashamed of himself.
When Coney, I saw this one video where this fool like, oh my God, the price of fertilizer is growing up. Now the dumbass farmers, you got hit by soybeans. Now the cost of fertilizer has now gone up 30% because of what this fool is doing. But they voted for him. That's their man in Washington.
And it's no surprise. And unfortunately, the prices are going to continue to climb. None of the American people wanted this war. And that's the sick and scary part about it. And meanwhile, 3.2 million people are displaced across Iran due to these U.S.-Israeli attacks. As Nola said, I mean, when are we going to really be able to look ourselves in the mirror as a nation to know what we're doing it's criminal? You know what I'm saying? I think the United States and Israel have continued to tag team the people of Iran. They've done it against the wishes of the United States people, and they've continued to commit humanitarian atrocities abroad. At some point, the chickens are going to come home to roost, and the economy is just the tip of the iceberg here, Roland.
Reese?
Well, yeah, I mean, this is just a disaster. Donald Trump constantly manufactures issues where there are none, and then he comes up with the worst possible fucking solutions to those issues. Iran was negotiating, they were at the negotiating table with Steve Witkoff, who is the de facto Secretary of State, and they said, they were clear, they were not trying to get nuclear weapons. I thought that Donald Trump claimed to obliterate the nuclear weapons capability that they had, and yet Donald Trump is bloodthirsty, and he got his marching orders from Bibi Netanyahu. And it also helps that his, as Erica Savage puts it, Vladdy Daddy wants Russian oil to be sold again without U.S. sanctions or without the harsh penalties for countries that are buying Russian oil. And so everybody wins in terms of who Donald Trump answers to, except for the American people. And this is only going to escalate because there are a number of issues at play here that are driving up the cost of oil. You have the markets. The markets are trying to price in what's going to happen with the oil. And that's why the price has skyrocketed, then it's come down and then it goes back up, because they're trying to game out how long does this last. But this administration will not put forth a coherent timeline or even exit strategy. It's just whatever the hell Donald Trump feels like it. And then you have the insurance market that is basically hiking up the price of insuring these vessels going through the Strait of Hormuz, that these carriers cannot afford to actually do business in there. And so you do not have cargo and you do not have oil being moved through the Strait of Hormuz. And then you're going to eventually run out of the supply, because even though they're releasing oil reserves in the United States and in Europe, there's only so much in reserve. And so once all of these factors become untenable, we're going to really be in deep shit with these prices. They're already going up high now, but they're going to explode in such an astronomical way that nobody can conceive of. And then maybe you might get people out to protest. And it doesn't have to be a No Kings event where everybody gets a text message and everybody come on there and they wear the pink pussy hats. And now we're sitting up here, go get Donald Trump out of office. No. When people can't put food on their table, when they can't put gas in their car, when they can't get from point A to point B, I think that might be how bad it has to get before anybody cares. I shouldn't say anybody, before a majority of the country cares.
All right, y'all. So I just want y'all to hear that little quick conversation and panel conversation they had. That, like I said, was excellent, because my sentiments exactly right. And that is one of the things to me that I think is just like very worrisome. You know, is because I know that, yeah, for my content and stuff like that, that's what I do for my content. That's what I like to cover. That's what I'm into. That's what I pay attention to. I wake up in the morning, I'm looking at the news. I need to see the updates. I need to know what's going on. Not just here in my city, my state, my country. I want to know what's going on worldwide, because this affects us as the people. But that closing statement that she made is the thing that scares me the most, because it's like, to what point do we have to get to for people to wake up and see like how serious a lot of this stuff is, take it serious, and actually care, right? Because it still seems like a lot of people are just in their own, idea of what their reality is, what their life is, and they're not paying attention to this type of stuff. It's going to sneak up on you, and it's going to tap you on, on the shoulder, and then what? What do? When people have been trying to tell you that this is what is going on, warn you that this is what's to come, get prepared, educate yourself, understand what is fully about to happen here, because this is serious things. And what one of the social media tricks is that now we see Trump is the type of president, and this administration is the type of administration that has dug in very heavily into weaponizing and using social media, right? We know back in the day when it came to politics, there was no social media, so they couldn't use it in that way. There might have been some things in the newspapers, but that's about it. Newspapers and the news, that was it. But now in comes social media and the internet, and what these type of individuals like Trump and this administration like to do is have everybody look left when they really need to be looking right, because what's happening on the right is what really needs to be addressed, really needs to be talked about, really needs to be taken seriously. But they can put things and distractions out there for people to get and fall into, so they're not paying attention to what is happening in the important spaces and places, and all of these serious things that are, literally happening to us within minutes and seconds of the day. Sometimes this is how fast these things are shifting and changing, and putting us as the people in very vicarious predicaments, and it's just like you go to sleep and you wake up to chaos, and you be like, well, what happened? Where did this come from? Well, it's been happening. It's been leading up to this, but people are not paying attention. People are not listening to it. People are not educated on what it even means sometimes, when even if they hear what is happening, it's not interesting enough. It's not entertaining enough. And I get that. And a lot of times it can be very heavy. So yeah, for you to do it, watch it, consume it all day, every day. Yeah, it can be a lot. It can start to be causing, fear and depression and panic and all of those things. But I just rather know than not know. So you can be prepared. Like my grandma used to say, you stay ready so you never have to get ready. You know what I mean? But anyway, y'all, let's go ahead and take a really quick song break. After the song break, we're going to come back, like I said, on our next topic. We got to get into Pope Leo, because Pope Leo is putting his foot down. And he said no. No, no, no. This war and all of this madness that Trump and this administration got going on, it is not right. It is not spiritual. It is not holy. It is not good. And it must end. And he's not scared to go up against whoever he need to go up against and speak to whoever he needs to speak to. He's not afraid to speak out and say that. So we'll get into that in just a moment. Let's take the song break and we'll be right back, y'all. Thanks for rocking with me. I'll see y'all in just a bit.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light? It's a new day. What so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming. Hold your head. Whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Through the perilous fight. All the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rockets' red glare, let it shine. The bombs bursting in air. We won't back down. Gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, it's still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave?
Wait for justice.
Oh, will the land of the free, and home of the brave. Now of the land of the free and the home of the brave, of the land of the free. Now of the land of the free and the home. This is mighty, down the lane. Of the land of the free. All his rangers say. All his shoulder lane to shine. Of the land of the free. Ever take me high. Oh, man.
All right, y'all. So let's go ahead and get into these next two videos. And these videos here has the explanation of everything that we just went and read through as far as when it comes to Pope Leo and Donald Trump. So let's go ahead and get into this news report. Of course, this one is from CNN. And then I have another one that I'm going to show you guys as well. And that one is going to be some words that Donald Trump is, slurring out of his mouth. But anyway, let's go ahead and get into this, y'all. I'll meet y'all in the chat.
Extraordinary new front that the president of the United States is now taking his fight to, taking on the Pope. And Pope Leo is responding, a statement that no Pope has ever made before, or quite frankly, ever has had to make before. The Pope saying this morning that he has, quote, no fear of the Trump administration after President Trump went after him, as if Pope Leo were just any other politician, saying the pontiff was, quote, weak on crime and terrible for foreign policy. Here is Pope Leo's message.
The message of the church, my message, the message of the gospel, blessed are the peacemakers. I do not look at my role as being political, politician. I don't want to get into a debate with him. I don't think that the message of the gospel is meant to be abused in the way that some people are doing. And I will continue to speak out loud against war.
CNN's Elena Treen is at the White House for us to start us off. This is quite a way to start a Monday, Elena.
Absolutely. I mean, a remarkable statement and comments you're hearing from Pope Leo XIV this morning. And they come, Kate, in response to the president issuing sharp criticisms against the first American Pope. He had called the Bishop of Rome, quote, weak on crime and terrible for foreign policy, while also claiming that Pope Leo would not have been selected if it was not for the president himself. Now, we later saw Trump double down on comments in person while speaking with reporters last night before posting an AI-generated image of himself that essentially portrayed him looking as if he were Christ the healer. But I do want you to take a listen to what we heard the president say last night.
He's a very liberal person, and he's a man that doesn't believe in stopping crime. He's a man that doesn't think that we should be toying with a country that wants a nuclear weapon so they can blow up the world. So I'm not a fan of Pope Leo.
I'm not a fan of Pope Leo. Look, just to give you a little context here, we had heard the Pope weigh in. I think initially he was, trying to refrain from criticizing the president or the Trump administration directly, but we have seen him become far more vocal when criticizing the U.S. war with Iran. Last week, he condemned the president's rhetoric specifically after we saw President Trump issue that threat that a whole civilization would die tonight. Now, I want to give you a little context as well. It's very interesting, and what I'm going to be watching for is what the 53 million Americans who are Catholic, who identify as Catholic, I would also say, put that in another number that's known as 20% of the voting public, remains to be seen what their reaction to this will be. Same with, I would note, among those, 53 million Americans, that includes the First Lady Melania Trump, the Vice President J.D. Vance, the Secretary of State Marco Rubio, all of them as well identifying as Catholic. So just a remarkable, I think, war of words that we're seeing between the president and now having Pope Leo XIV respond this morning.
After the president criticized the Pope's anti-war stance and said he did not like him, the Pope this morning said he's not afraid of the Trump administration. And then reportedly, when asked about a True Social post, he pushed back saying, quote, "It's ironic. The name of the site itself, say no more." Let's get to CNN Vatican correspondent Christopher Lamb, who is traveling with the Pope. You were in Algeria. You were on that plane where those extraordinary comments were made. What did you hear?
Well, John, there was extraordinary and very strong comments from Pope Leo. Of course, I was among a group of journalists who traveled with the Pope to Algeria. He came to the back of the plane as his custom, and he was asked about Trump's Truth Social post, that extraordinary broadside against Pope Leo, and he had a consistent message that was, I'm not a politician, I don't want to get into a back and forth, but I'm going to continue to speak out. And he said, blessed are the peacemakers. Here is some more of what Leo had to say on board the plane.
I have no fear that neither the Trump administration nor speaking out loudly about the message of the gospel. And that's what I believe. I am confident with the church's confident. We're not politicians. We're not looking to make foreign policy with the same perspective that we might understand it. But I do believe that the message of the gospel, blessed are the peacemakers, is the message of the Lord. Thank you very much for clarifying.
Well, John, Pope Leo has in recent days been much more outspoken about the war in the Middle East and in Iran in particular. And as Pope, he is something of a counterweight diplomatically, spiritually to President Trump. Of course, Leo is the first American Pope, and he was addressing some of us reporters today in English. His words are clearly cutting through to the president who launched that extraordinary attack. It does seem, though, that Pope Leo is unperturbed, unafraid, and continuing to speak out for peace as he has as he arrived here in Algiers for the first part of a 4-country tour of Africa. John.
So, Christopher, with Pope Francis before him, Pope Leo's predecessor, occasionally you would have the president and the Pope speaking past each other with vague, veiled references. I don't know if it's because English is the first language for Pope Leo. This seemed to be a much more of a direct response to the president's words than I feel like I have heard before here. Is there a reason for that? And what more do we expect from Pope Leo on this trip to Africa?
Well, I think it is partly to do with the fact that Leo is an American and he has English as a mother tongue. And, you know, I spoke to Leo, asked him a question just before Easter about a message he had for President Trump. And Leo said to me he hopes President Trump finds an off-ramp to end the war in Iran. You know, I think what we're seeing here is a clash between a pope who wants to communicate this message of peace, of bridge building, of trying to build relations between faiths, between Christians and Muslims. He's here in Algeria, in a predominantly Muslim country. And so I think the stark contrast between the first American pope and the US president at this time couldn't be stronger. And of course, it was viewed for decades that it was impossible for the cardinals to elect an American pope. Why did they change that? Well, partly because of the election of President Trump. And that is part, I think, of some of the conflict and back and forth that we've seen today.
Joining me now to discuss, Christopher Hill, the publisher of the Letters from Leo Substack. Thanks so much for being here, as this story, honestly, is continuing from overnight. Can we talk about what you just heard from Pope Leo just there, where he said some things I expect to hear, blessed are the peacemakers, but I also heard him say that he doesn't believe he is political. Is that fair, given how he's been talking?
Yeah, I think that what he always has been very clear on is, if you look in the gospel, Jesus tells us that the God's domain stretches everywhere. And so he's only touching politics where it touches core gospel values. And the core gospel value that touches here is peace. Jesus Christ, the risen from the dead, his first words to his apostles are, "Peace be with you." Pope Leo XIV, those were his first words to the faithful. The core of his identity is to be a messenger of peace. He sees this war as unjust, unprovoked, immoral, illegal. So this is why he's speaking out. He's speaking in a language that Donald Trump clearly doesn't understand, but any Catholic, any Christian understands why this Pope is speaking so clearly on this issue.
Now, you're saying any Christian, but there is a Christian right now who is Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, and here is how he has been talking about the war and strikes against Iran in the last couple of weeks. I want you to respond on the other side of this.
Blessed be the Lord, my rock, who trains my hands for war and my fingers for battle. Pour out your wrath upon those who plot vain things and blow them away like chaff before the wind. Give them wisdom in every decision, endurance for the trial ahead, unbreakable unity, and overwhelming violence of action against those who deserve no mercy. May Almighty God continue to bless our troops in this fight.
Can you talk a little bit about this? I know Hegseth is a follower of Doug Wilson, who's an evangelical pastor who believes, among other things, about repealing women's right to vote. But can you talk about this, how he's been approaching it in language and tone?
I think that Pete Hegseth's gospel or Bible ends in the Old Testament. He never seems to invoke the New Testament, the message of peace, the message of Jesus. And I think that what's remarkable is you talk about Doug Wilson. You're right. There is an evangelical versus Catholic divide on how to approach a lot of these issues. Doug Wilson, who was invited to speak at the Pentagon on February 14th, has a very low view of Catholicism. He said just last month that he would want to ban public expressions of the Catholic faith in American life. And so it's remarkable to me that this man is leading our troops, that he has these advisors close to him that are so clearly anti-Catholic. We know on Good Friday, for the first time in at least 40 years, there was no Catholic service for Pentagon workers on Good Friday. So it seems that the Catholic Church, once again, is being marginalized in this administration, and I would argue being attacked in this administration.
Now, I know you're among the progressive voices in this church, and it's an interesting moment when I look at those cardinals who were on 60 Minutes last night, talking about what they see as the role of the church. And here is where they were commenting even on the social media feeds, right, coming out of the Pentagon, describing it as a kind of gamification of war.
We're dehumanizing the victims of war by turning the suffering of people and the killing of children and our own soldiers into entertainment.
You called it sickening.
It is sickening to splice together movie cuts with actual bombing and targeting of people for the purposes of entertainment is sickening. This is not who we are. We're better than this.
How is the first American Pope changing the American Catholic Church?
I think it's remarkable. He's saying similar things to Francis, but Francis was oftentimes marginalized by more conservative voices in the episcopacy of the bishops in the United States, with basically the idea was he's from Argentina. He doesn't understand us. He's from a different world. He doesn't understand the American people. You cannot make the same argument for a man born in suburban Chicago. And so I think what's happened is that there's been a shift among the episcopacy in the United States under Leo XIV. They realized that Leo's not going anywhere. He understands the United States. He has his priorities, and he expects the bishops to carry that message forward. One final note. It takes a long time to get your people in place. Francis was Pope for 12 years. During the first Trump administration, we didn't hear as much pushback because his people were not yet in place. These are Francis bishops. These are Leo bishops who now are in the highest echelons of the Church of the United States, and that's changing everything.
All right, y'all. So that was the first video that I wanted to show y'all. I do have another one that's really short as well, and we'll play that before we get into the next topic. But I did want to go ahead and just read y'all some of my thoughts and feelings that I wrote down. Okay, so like most of these things that we're seeing, it almost seems like we are watching a movie. Okay, with a lot of these things, what's happening with the politics and the government here and YouTube, social media spaces, a lot of the stuff seems like we're sitting here watching TV shows, reality TV shows, and movies. We have a sitting U.S. president and the head of the Catholic Church who just happens to be someone that is from the States, American, going toe-to-toe on the world stage. This is crazy. This is crazy to me. Okay, so let's get into the heart of this, all right? And I got to speak on the energy that we're seeing, all right? In my opinion, the language coming out of the White House has been laced with a level of disrespect and hate that we simply just can't ignore because it starts at the top and it trickles down. When leadership mocks a figure of faith or anyone who is standing for peace, that is designed to divide us. What more can we say about that or question about that? That is a design of the enemy for division. It's never been this way. And now we're seeing all these things play out. But listen, this is the truth that they don't want you to realize, right? This isn't about being a Catholic Protestant. This isn't about being Muslim. This isn't even about being spiritual. It is about being human. We are all one. We breathe the same air. We love our children the same. And we all want a world where we can thrive without the threat of war, danger, or attack. When a leader uses hateful rhetoric to attack a message of peace, they are attacking the very thread that connects us all. Don't let the labels distract you as far as when it comes to president. What does that mean? Don't let their labels and the positions they hold distract you from your neighbor. Your neighbor, who you can see as your sister, your brother, your auntie, your uncle, your grandmother, your mama, may not be yours via bloodline. But I see an elderly woman outside, and she resembles to me, my grandmother. And I'm going to treat her as such. You see what I'm saying? I see a young child outside, maybe it wander off, lost. I don't see that child as just a random little child. That could be my son that have wandered off and got lost. So I see that child as that. Our strength isn't in our weapons. It's in our ability to see ourselves in one another. That little child, that little boy, that looks like my little son. Despite whatever, different race, different color. Who cares? That's my family. We are family. We all are family. We all are one. You see what I'm saying? We got to treat each other that way. Now, we'll be good to our kin, right? Sometimes, child, even maybe some people don't. And I get that. That's a thing too. But for the most part, think about somebody you love the most that's connected to you. Your mother, your father, your grandmother, your grandpappy, your kids. When we go out into this world, people out here are all of that to someone else. Why we can't see them as that? And treat them and care for them and love them accordingly. I want us to lean into love and unity, despite our differences in religion or spirituality. And that's why I wanted to talk about this topic, because yes, it's a political update, but it also gives us a lot of insight of where we're standing now within the spiritual realm. At the end of the day, we are one human family, and we need to lead with love, understanding, forgiveness, care, even when we do feel the fire of the injustices, the attacks, the misunderstandings. Let's choose words that heal instead of words that wound. We are a high community of light, and no political storm can dim that unless we allow it. We have to hold our heads high. We have to stay and stand 10 toes down and walk in our truth. Walk in unity. Walk in love. All of those things. That's the only way we make a better tomorrow than yesterday. That's the only way. But yes, y'all, I got one more video I'm going to show y'all, right? So let's go ahead and get into this. After that video, we take a quick song break and we'll be getting into our next topic for the live. So let me just go ahead and show y'all this mess real quick, y'all, because, you know, a little bit of extra information here when it comes to, you know, what was said as far as President Trump claiming that he is not a fan of Pope Leo and calls him weak on crime. Excuse me? Excuse me? But yet wants to push and present himself as such a spiritual and religious individual, right? Isn't he the one who was holding the Bible upside down, child? Come on. It's the performativeness for me. And we see a lot of performativeness. We see a lot of actresses and a lot of actors all over the place in different sectors, specters, and places, right? It's fun to act the part. But do you really live it? Do you walk what you talk? Or is the talking just something that you're doing because it's just what? Popular to do at that time? All of this stuff ties into a lot, y'all. It's multifaceted. But let me go ahead and play this video real quick and I'm going to meet y'all in the chat. Y'all let me know what y'all think. Y'all can drop down in the comments. Let me know what y'all think if you care to do so. If you're just listening, thank you so much. I appreciate that as well. But I hope we're getting it, we're understanding it. But anyway, let's get into this video.
We don't like a pope that's going to say that it's okay to have a nuclear weapon. We don't want a pope that says crime is okay in our cities. I don't like it. I'm not a big fan of Pope Leo.
I have no fear of neither the Trump administration nor speaking out loudly about the message of the gospel. And that's what I believe. I am called to do what the church is called to do. We're not politicians. We're not looking to make foreign policy with the same perspective that we might understand it. But I do believe that the message of the gospel, blessed are the peacemakers, it's the message of the Lord needs to be.
Thank you very much for clarifying.
There's millions of people praying for peace tonight.
Millions of people worldwide praying for a peaceful end to the Iran war. Over 100 of those people praying right here inside the Cathedral of Mary Our Queen in North Baltimore Saturday evening.
It's peace. We all need peace in this country right now.
Kind of like a peaceful protest, but prayerful.
That prayerful peace vigil being led by the Archdiocese of Baltimore's Archbishop William Lori. Lori says Pope Leo called for peace vigils worldwide this Saturday in hopes of a peaceful resolution to the war.
Pope Leo has spoken very clearly and prophetically about the need to pursue peace over conflict in the Middle East.
Showing solidarity with the Catholic leader right here at home.
And I think that's a very powerful witness, and I think God listens to those prayers.
And hoping their prayers in Baltimore, along with those across the world, are loud and powerful enough to lay weapons down.
If we all put our shoulder to the wheel, we can move it. And I think that's what we're trying to do.
Fratelli, sorelle, questo è il nostro Dio, Gesù, Re della pace. Un Dio che rifiuta la guerra, che nessuno può usare per giustificare la guerra, che non ascolta la preghiera di chi fa la guerra e la rigetta dicendo: anche se moltiplicaste le preghiere, io non ascolterei. Le vostre mani grondano sangue. All'inizio della settimana santa siamo più che mai vicini con la preghiera ai cristiani del Medio Oriente che soffrono le conseguenze di un conflitto atroce. Eleviamo la nostra supplica al Principe della pace affinché sostenga i popoli feriti dalla guerra e apra cammini concreti di riconciliazione e di pace.
All right, y'all, give me just a moment. I have to fix something.
Vita nei giorni scorsi al largo dell'isola di Creta.
Why did you attack Pope Leo on Truth Social?
I don't think he's doing a very good job. He likes crime, I guess. He hit us. Think of it. He's worried about fear. What about the fear when the ministers and the priests and all of those great people that were arrested during COVID, and in many cases they're outside 10 feet apart and they were arrested. So we don't like it. We don't like a pope that's going to say that it's okay to have a nuclear weapon. We don't want a pope that says crime is okay in our cities. I don't like it. I'm not a big fan of Pope Leo. He's a very liberal person, and he's a man that doesn't believe in stopping crime. He's a man that doesn't think that we should be toying with a country that wants a nuclear weapon so they can blow up the world. So I'm not a fan of Pope Leo.
We've just heard from Pope Leo at the Sunday noontime prayer from St. Peter's, where he has appealed now for a ceasefire in Lebanon, saying that the civilian population need to be protected. This comes after his vigil at St. Peter's Basilica. It was packed with thousands of people, even hundreds outside in the square, following it on big screens, where he made an impassioned appeal for the end to the madness of war. And he also called on leaders to get around the negotiating table, to avoid the delusion of omnipotence. So it was very strong words from the Pope on Saturday night. It was a specially organized peace vigil as the talks were going on in Pakistan between the US and Iran. We have seen Leo in recent weeks really become more outspoken on the war in the Middle East. He spoke to me just before Easter, saying that he hopes President Trump can find an off-ramp to end the conflict. So, increasingly...
Right. So I wanted to go ahead and just say a few things real quick, okay? So when we get into this, all right, we are talking about, we continue to talk about the gaslighting that's happening on the world stage right now. Come on, seriously. U.S. President and Pope Leo, the first American Pope, in a standoff. This is ridiculous. It is ridiculous. So I just want y'all to see more so, and a lot of other people have been previously pointing these type of things out, right? Not just when it comes to the government and politics, but in the world with people in general. You have to see the game that is being played. And in my opinion, I believe the president is being incredibly disrespectful, but we know he's disrespectful and quite frankly hateful, and how he is addressing a man that simply is coming of and in peace. He's putting words into the Pope's mouth to justify an escalation that he promised he would avoid. He was supposed to be the president that was going to end all of the wars, and no wars will start, and all of that, right? But yet single-handedly went out and started multiple wars simultaneously. It is a major contradiction. You cannot claim to be the peace candidate while mocking the world's biggest advocate for peace. Make that make sense. When you see a leader reacting with that much vitriol, it usually means that they're losing the moral argument. They want us to believe that if you aren't for the blockade, you're for the bomb. But we know better. We know that peace is actually the third option. And that option is the human option. Because we have to think about one another as solely human beings first. And we know these wars, unwarranted wars that have been started in Iran, the countless amount of Iranian people who have been unalive to this unwarranted war, there's nothing humane about that. This isn't about what religion we practice or what temple we sit in. This is about humanity. We are all one. We all breathe the same air. We want our children to grow up in a world without bombs falling on top of their head. Despite the differences that we may even sometimes have in our spirituality or the labels that they try to put on us, our connection is deeper than any political border. Don't let this hateful rhetoric from the top trickle down into our hearts and how we move and we operate and we treat one another. We stand together for the truth. And the truth is that love and unity will always, always outlast ego and division. So we have to stay in the light. We have to stay in our power and remember that we are one human family, just having a human experience. And many others have been teaching this and pushing this and talking about this. Many great other content creators have been doing this for a very long period of time on multiple platforms. And we see the attacks that come against those content creators. Just like we're seeing now the attacks is coming against what? Now a pope? Do we not see the parallel? Okay. Anyway, I just had to say that with a little bit of passion because I really meant that from my heart. That's really what I meant from my heart to say. But let's take this quick song break, and I have to move right along, y'all, to the next topic because, you know, I don't want to take y'all up too much of your time and stuff like that. But let's go ahead and take this quick song break, and then we will be talking about our next topic. Viktor Orban. They're saying that he's over. Hungarians celebrate as longtime far-right leader has suffered a landslide loss. So we will get into that, y'all. We'll talk more about it. And you know I have a video to show y'all about it. Right after this song break, we will be right back. Thank y'all for rocking with me. See y'all in just a bit.
Righteous wage to earn. These are the needs, the bedrock and the base, the sacred ground of the whole human race. But the screaming and selling something cheap, while the real world babies cry themselves to sleep. We are human, blood and bone and soul, with a right to be loved, a right to be made whole. This is our story, this is our sacred song. In the eyes of the Creator is where we all belong. We are human, with more our children how they ought to feel. Their values in the label on your shoes. Oh, the filtered life you desperately choose. They magnify the hate, they celebrate the greed and plant a poison, a suffocating weed. We gotta reach our children, pull them from the glow, and show them a beauty that the media don't know. Yo, check the vision, the mission of the television, spitting division. A mental prison, got you chasing likes, addicted to the feed, ignoring the hunger, the fundamental need. They building paper idols on a digital stage, putting our future daughters in a virtual cage. Now we gotta break the cycle, gotta cut the cord. The real word is powerful, mightier than the sword. So we teach them about their history, teach them about their grace, teach them about the power in every single face. We are human, blood and bone and soul, with a right to be loved, a right to be made whole. This is our story, this is our sacred song. In the eyes of the Creator, it's where we all belong. We are human, worth more than they can price, beyond the hateful whispers and the loaded dice. Human, worth more than they can price, beyond the hateful whispers and the loaded dice. We will build a world where every voice is heard and valued. Yeah. And truth is not a whisper, but a mighty, thundering word. A word of justice, a word of peace, a promise that the fight will never cease. This ain't just a track, this a call to action for every mother, father, every single fraction of the community holding it down on the ground. Time to get loud, make a revolutionary sound. Look your child in the eye, tell them that they matter. Tell them their spirit's something that no lie can shatter. Tell them knowledge is the weapon, love is the shield, and the truth is the harvest we gonna grow in this field. Yeah! We are human! Yes, we are! Teach the children! Near and far! Let them know their sacred work for every single soul on this earth.
All right, y'all. So we're going to go ahead and get into the next topic we're going to be talking about. And so basically, like I said earlier, the fall of the giant is what they're calling it. So Viktor Orban ousted in Hungary. So a political earthquake has hit Europe after 16 years of iron grip rule. Viktor Orban has officially conceded the election in Hungary. Today, we are diving deep into this, okay? So I have some videos I'm going to show y'all and we'll be talking about it, right? This is the man that they called the soft dictator. The shocking victory of Peter Mezger is what this means for the brave people, and what this means for the brave people of Hungary who stood up for their democracy. So this seems to be a masterclass in the power of the people. So if you ever doubted that your vote matters, we have to look at what just happened in Hungary, right? So yesterday, the world watched as Viktor Orban, a man who is and has held total control over his country for over a decade, was finally defeated. Now they have the newcomer who is, and I don't know if I'm saying his name right, but Peter Mezger. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. And his Tiza party pulled off what many thought was impossible. Even with the government controlling the media and the schools, the people showed up in record numbers to say enough is enough. Orban has officially conceded, marking the end of an era. This isn't just a win for a new party. This will be a total shift in power and the balance of Europe. So, why is this so huge? Well, as they say, for 16 years, Orban moved Hungary towards what he called a liberal democracy. Basically, he kept the name of democracy, but stripped away the spirit. There was a lot of media control. He made sure almost every news outlet was owned by his friends, so the people only heard one side of the story. Then there was the courts. He packed the courts with his own people, so he could never be challenged legally. Sounds kind of familiar, huh? And then the controversy. He was often called a soft dictator because he didn't use violence, but he used the law to squeeze out anyone who disagreed with him. He also was a massive ally to those who wanted to weaken the European Union, often playing both sides between the Russia and the West, allegedly. This is all public information, y'all, and I advise that you do your own research. But this is what I have researched, and I'm reading back to y'all. But yeah, do your own research when it comes to this, y'all. Allegedly, this is what is being said. So the people's victory, what it means for humanity. Why does this matter to the people on the ground? Because for years, the youth and the working class in Hungary felt like their voices were buried under a mountain of propaganda. This victory is about dignity. It's about a mother being able to tell her children that their future isn't decided by one man in a palace. It's about the return of leveling the playing field. Despite all the money and all the power Orban had, he couldn't stop the spirit of the people who decided that they wanted to be free. It reminds us that no matter how big the giant looks, the stones of truth and unity can still bring them down. So, I want y'all to see the connection here. Just like we talked about with the Pope, when leaders use fear and division to stay in power, it eventually burns out. The people of Hungary didn't win because they hated Orban. They won because they loved their country more than they feared its leader. We are one human family, and when one nation breaks the chains of corruption, it gives hope to all of us. So let's celebrate the bravery of the Hungarian people today. They didn't pick up weapons, they picked up ballots. This is the ultimate power. But let me go ahead, y'all, and show y'all a little bit of the videos here reporting on some of this so y'all can see exactly how it went down. And I will meet y'all in the chat.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. In Hungary, official results from Sunday's parliamentary election show opposition candidate Peter Magyar won in a landslide with more than two-thirds majority needed to amend Hungary's constitution. Hungary's far-right leader, Prime Minister Viktor Orban, was defeated after 16 years in power. Magyar spoke to supporters Sunday night.
In the history of democratic Hungary, never before have so many people voted, and never before has a single party been given such a strong mandate as FISA. Thank you for believing that it can be done. Thank you for believing that we change our fate. Thank you for believing that we ourselves, the Hungarian people, write our own history. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Viktor Orban was elected in 2010, making him the European Union's longest-serving leader. His re-election campaign was supported by Russian President Vladimir Putin and the Trump administration. Last week, Vice President J.D. Vance traveled to Budapest to campaign for Orban ahead of the election. Orban conceded defeat to supporters after vote counting showed he was roundly defeated.
Dear friends, the election result is not final yet, but is understandable and clear. The election result is painful for us, but clear. The responsibility and possibility of governing was not given to us. I have congratulated the winner.
For more, we go to the Hungarian capital, to Budapest, where we're joined by the journalist and analyst Szilárd Pap. He is an editor with Partizan, a popular Hungarian independent media channel broadcast on YouTube. Szilárd, welcome to Democracy Now! Talk about what happened, the significance of Orban being defeated, and what happened in the streets last night.
Yes, so an entire one generation rule of Viktor Orban has ended yesterday, and I walked around after we closed our election night broadcast. I walked around the city for 2 hours, and everybody was partying on the streets. Strangers were hugging each other's, music, drinks, cars honking. So basically it was like a street carnival for the entire night.
So talk about what happened. How was he defeated, and who Peter Magyar is?
So in order to understand the Hungarian political situation, I think we have to understand what was the forces that brought Viktor Orban to this very long period in power. And I think here we have to see, on one hand, we have to see the kind of like generalized disillusionment of Hungarian people with the results of the liberal transition after communism in 1989. So the promises of this democratic transition were not kept up. And afterwards, around the 2008 financial crisis, the signs of generalized economic mismanagement were also seen. And so basically Orban promised to right the wrongs of the first 20 years of Hungarian democracy, to end with technocracy, to end with this kind of austerity politics, and to restore somehow popular sovereignty, to give back voice and give back decision-making power to the people, and also promised security and prosperity. And it took a lot of time to come out, or to become manifest, that these promises were not kept up, and that he, on the one hand, continued many of the anti-labor, inequality increasing policies of the earlier periods, and he also combined this with generalized graft, corruption, economic mismanagement, plus some kind of a radical right culture, war politics, demonizing minorities, building a border at the southern border, building a wall at the southern border of Hungary against refugees, making campaigns against LGBT people, and so forth. And so basically for a period of time during the 2010s, the post-crisis global regeneration of the economy, generalized growth within the European Union also helped Hungary. So in Hungary, there was also an increase of prosperity, real wages were growing, factories were opening. So there was a wave of reindustrialization as well. And all this for a period of for a period actually managed to hide away the darker side of the government. So the corruption that was present, the authoritarianism that was present. And after the COVID crisis, so the COVID crisis, the war in Ukraine, now the war in Iran, all of them caused more than 4 years of economic stagnation. And this more than 4 years of economic stagnation helped somehow disenchant Hungarians, large part of the population, become disenchanted with the government. Also, during these 16 years, the government was very much against the reform, against the improvement of public services. So Hungary has a public education system, a public health system, public railways, buses, so public transportation, and all these infrastructures got deteriorated, active neglect by the government, basically. And by now, the situation became untenable, both in the state of hospitals, for example, or how every generation of Hungarian students are performing worse and worse on international tests and so forth. So these different strands came together, and Peter Magyar, who used to be a politician in Orbán's party. He used to be the husband of the ex-minister for justice in Orbán's government. After a public scandal where the government where it turned out that the president of the republic, which also belongs to Orbán's party, gave pardon to a convicted criminal who was convicted with aiding and abetting a pedophile crime ring crime. And so basically, because of this public scandal, it focused all the anger of the population, and Peter Magyar left behind his party and started talking against it. He's a very charismatic politician. He promises to fix public services, to fix public infrastructure. And he actually spent the last 2 years campaigning in the countryside, going around, holding rallies in places where the earlier opposition never actually went, to places that were considered the strongholds of Orbán's party. And through this systematic work of building up a new movement and using the disenchantment of population with weak economic and social conditions, managed to defeat in a landslide victory.
Szilard, Magyar's rise began after an interview he gave to Partisan in 2024, which went viral. What did he say in that interview? Why did it get so much traction? You're the editor of that magazine, Partisan. And then I also want to ask you about Orbán's crackdown on the press.
Mm-hmm. So before Orbán could be actually defeated, the old ineffective opposition had to be defeated. So by 2022, the separated or fragmented left-wing and liberal opposition parties became unrepresentative. They lost an election for the fourth time, so in a landslide again in 2022. And so there was in the anti-Orbán camp, or the anti-Orbán electorate, there was a generalized disenchantment. And they were looking for a new vessel, a new politician to represent their views, to represent their desire to fight the government. And so basically, Magyar became this person. When he came into our studio, he talked about the fact that the generalized corruption of the system and the unresponsiveness in transparency and the unresponsiveness of the government is actually hurting Hungary. And so basically what he said is that the original promise of Orbán was not kept. And this was a message that galvanized a lot of people, coupled with the lack of effective opposition for the previous 12 years. And so these two couple of strands came together and helped Magyar. But
Wow, y'all. So I just wanted to talk to y'all about that for a moment, right? Because it got me thinking a little bit deeper, right? And so I wanted to share with y'all a few of my thoughts. Okay. Now, y'all know, yes, for me and mama and stuff like that, we are Christian, whatever. Like I said, when it comes to our spiritual and religious belief, there's different when it comes to some of us and what we believe and who we pray to, what type of church we go to, all of that. It's okay. It doesn't matter. But I want y'all to just listen to this and rock with me real quick. So one of the scriptures that we often hear is that what the enemy meant for evil, God intended for good. And that's Genesis 50:20, right? And right now, me speaking as someone that, yes, lives in the United States, we are under a very heavy cloud here in the United States. We are dealing with leadership that uses disrespect, contradictions, and division as a tool. But I want y'all to look what is happening globally because of this. The friction that we are feeling here, the way that we are being forced to stand up for our dignity and our humanity is actually acting like a beacon of light for the rest of the world. Our struggle is actually inspiring other nations. The people in Hungary, I'm more than sure, saw the spirit of the fight here that we've had to come up with and show. And it gave them courage to use their own voices in unison. They realized that if we can push back, they can too. They are looking at the abuse of power and the torment, and they're saying no more. So what was meant to suppress us is actually igniting a global fire of democracy. People are waking up. They are heading to the ballot boxes where they live and where they are located, and they are fighting for a better tomorrow. God is using this season of tension to teach us that our voice is our most powerful weapon. When we stand in unity, no dictator and no amount of hateful rhetoric can keep us down. We are seeing worldwide pushback because the light always shines brightest in the dark. I just thought that that gave me a little bit of chills, and I don't know if it gives y'all any either, but I felt that in my spirit because I'm looking at it all play out, and I'm like, how beautiful, right? And I know sometimes when we're going through things that are hardships, you know, and tough and difficult, we don't always understand why. And we don't always want to go through it, right? We wish it could be over. We wish it could end. We don't know because we don't know God's plans. But I'm trying to see, and I'm starting to see that there is a bigger plan here at foot. There is a bigger plan here at foot. And we are seeing it play out right before our eyes. It's giving me goosebumps because it's so real, right? People are now being inspired. People are saying we can use our voices together. We can stand unified. We can speak against the power that these people think they have over us and bring change so we can have a better life as people, a better tomorrow. And we're going to vote in the best interest of people, not ourselves, not our tax breaks or our own individual pockets. But we're voting in the interest of all of us as people. Y'all see what I'm saying there with that? I don't know if y'all picked that up or if y'all feel it. Yes, Imani, the Alpha and the Omega. And you know, that is our personal spiritual religious belief. You know, like I said, anybody who would maybe even have a different personal spiritual religious belief, you're always welcome here. I don't talk about mine, you know, to shun anybody else's or throw it or push in their face. I just speak on what, you know, mine is and how these things affect me, how they help me, how I see things, you know, the lens that I see it through. But I'm respectful and I'm welcoming to anybody who may have just a different religion or spiritual belief as well. Like I said, as long as it's operating within the light of it all, you know. But that was deep to me, y'all. That was really, really deep to me. But let's keep going, y'all. We got a few more videos to get through, so I'm going to shut my big old mouth. This one is almost done. We're going to get right through it. We got about 3 minutes left. But this is inspiring. This is beautiful. Let's go.
And he came into our interview an opposition party. And it was a gradual learning process for him as well. So initially he just started as some kind of a whistleblower, a dissident from a party. And gradually, in a couple of months, he realized that the popular forces are pushing him towards actually forming a party, actually forming a movement. And so by the summer, it became clear that he's going to form a party. This was in 2024.
Szilard Pap, I wanted to end by asking you about Trump's role. You know, he's a close ally, Orban was. In the last days, Vance is sent, the vice president. How was he perceived, and what did it mean for Trump to go as a benefit to a liability?
Yeah, so basically, Viktor Orban was one of the first global politicians to endorse Donald Trump in 2015. And so there was like a very strong relationship, at least in the media. This is how the government media portrayed here. And the war in Ukraine is a very important problem for Hungarians. It caused a lot of anxieties here. It's just over the border. Hungary is neighboring Ukraine, so it's a close issue. And the message that Orban was transferring, it was that with the return of Donald Trump, peace is going to be reestablished and all these kind of things. And it turned out that Donald Trump is not the person of peace, not the representative of peace, but he's actually opening up new fronts, making new global problems that cause Hungarian fuel prices to rise as well. So let's just refer back to your previous discussion about Iran. So basically, it turned out that the whole Trump myth was a hoax. And so this is how it turned around, that the majority of the Hungarian population, as the majority of the European population, so different countries in the EU, see Trump and the US more and more as a competitor, as a threat to global security, as opposed to being an ally or a friend.
Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism, go to democracynow.org, where you can download our news app, sign up for our newsletter, subscribe to the daily podcast, and so much more.
All right, y'all. So if y'all have not checked out Democracy Now!, like I said, their YouTube channel, I watch it very frequently all the time. Lovely, lovely coverage and work, and truthful and global. So I love watching that platform, and that's where that video was from. But yes, I have to just reiterate, like, that was very powerful for me, because I was just like, wow, you know, it is tough. We're going through a lot. We know, we got to fight tooth and nail and all of these things, right? With this Trump and administration, what's not just happening here in the U.S., but now pouring over into other nations and countries as well. There's a lot of darkness in it. There's a lot of negativity and nastiness in it. But we also can sit back and see that God sometimes will work in mysterious ways. He can use your enemies to help you get out of a situation that you wouldn't even believe. And now we're seeing how even other nations and countries are being inspired by a lot of this. They're also seeing that they too may have to be in a predicament where they have to stand up and stand united and use their voices and bind together to demand change that is going to be necessary for the people, because it is about the people. I wouldn't be surprised, y'all, if God do his big one and we start seeing some countries that are, under dictatorships, maybe even that will change. You never know how far God can take it. You never know how drastic of a change that can be made, So, y'all, that just gave me goosebumps for a minute. Just goosebumps for a minute. But anyway, y'all, moving right along, we got to get into this next topic that we're going to be talking about. Now, on this next topic that we're going to be talking about, I want y'all to pay attention. And I did write down some notes and stuff as well as to, exactly what is going on, but also how I think we should pay attention to this, because it actually ties into a lot of what we work with and operate with on a daily basis, right? Which when it comes to social media, internet, all of those things. And so we're going to be talking about the FISA countdown, 7 days to darkness, right? So that is the next topic we're about to get into. So let's talk a little bit about exactly what all of that is, starting from start, and then we'll get into the video, okay? So basically what they're saying is the clock is ticking on your privacy. On your privacy, my privacy, all of our privacies. 7 days until the FISA Section 702 expires. Congressman Troy Garcia is sounding the alarm, calling it a tool of mass domestic surveillance. So we're going to be breaking down what FISA really is, how the government is using your social media and emails against you, and why this digital dragnet is a direct threat to our freedom and our First Amendment. It's time to wake up to the truth about the kill switch in the surveillance state. So let's talk about what's happening in the dark corners of Washington, D.C. right now. We are exactly 7 days away from April 20th, the deadline for the FISA Section 702. Now, Troy Garcia did come out swinging, calling this law exactly what it is. And I know y'all see it and feel it too. A tool of mass domestic surveillance. You ever feel like somebody's watching you? That part. Because we all are being watched. We all are being surveillanced. And our movement and our operations, especially when it comes to the internet and these social media platforms, is being heavily surveillanced. So now the government tells us this is only to catch foreign terrorists. But the truth is actually much scarier. They are using a legal loophole to sweep up the digital lives of millions every day in America, using your emails, your private DMs, and your search history, all without a warrant. The administration is pushing for a clean 18 months extension, but a few brave voices are standing up and saying, no more spying on the people. So let's break this down. FISA stands for the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, Section 702, in a specific part that allows the government to demand data from tech giants like Google, Meta, which we know Facebook and Instagram and X is under. They say that they are targeting foreigners, but if you're talking to someone overseas, or even if your data just happens to pass through the same server, they are grabbing your info too. It's called incidental collection, but there is nothing accidental about it. Once they have your data in their database, the FBI can search it for your name, your phone number, without ever asking a judge for a warrant to do so. They are literally walking through your back door of your digital home. Social media and the internet, this affects everything you do online. It creates a chilled environment where people are afraid to speak their truth because they know Big Brother is archiving every word. If we don't demand a warrant requirement now, we're handing over the keys to our own private lives, y'all. And this is what this is about, right? So, God did not give us the spirit of fear, but he did give us the spirit of discernment. The enemy loves to work in the shadows, and mass surveillance is the ultimate shadow. When leadership tells you, if you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear, that's a lie. Privacy is a God-given right to dignity. We are seeing these leaders use national security as a mask to hide a spirit of control. But just like we saw in Hungary, the light is starting to shine on these secrets. People are waking up to the fact that safety at the cost of liberty is a bad deal. We have to use our voices together, y'all, together, united, to say that our private thoughts and our family conversations are sacred and off limits. So let's talk about a few things. No, we'll hold that for later. we'll hold that for later. Let me show y'all something real quick. Let me go ahead and get this video up real quick. Because the clock is ticking on this, right? And so there is a hearing. Let me go ahead and play a little bit of this video of this hearing, okay? And let me explain to y'all exactly what we'll be watching. So, a tool of mass domestic surveillance. Troy Garcia slams FISA Section 702. This is the hearing. So, during a House Judiciary Committee hearing on Thursday, Representative Troy Garcia criticized Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. So, I'm going to go ahead and let y'all hear a little bit of this hearing. You know, these hearings get very long. So I found one that was a little bit more shorter and get straight to the point. Let's listen to this together, y'all. And this is exactly what is happening right now and what is being fought against. And as we watch and we listen together, I want y'all to think about this. Being that most of us, the majority of us, do spend a lot of our time here on social media, on YouTube, on TikTok, on Instagram, on Twitter, all of these places, right? Keep that in mind while we listen to this video, okay? Let me go ahead and get this up on the screen. Give me just a second. All right, let's get into it. I'm gonna meet y'all in the chat.
Always recognized. Thank you, Chairman Jordan. This hearing. Oh wait, could the gentleman hold for just 1 second? Sure. I apologize. You guys have been going 2.5 hours. If any of you need a break, make sure we'll give you a break and we'll keep rolling. But I just saw that because I just took a break. So, but the gentleman's recognized. You get your full time. Thank you, Chairman Jordan. This hearing, of course, marks the start of negotiations over the reauthorization of FISA Section 702 at a time when our civil liberties are under assault and the public lacks trust in government. The stakes could not be higher. As my colleagues and witnesses have pointed out, Section 702 has been repeatedly abused under both Republican and Democratic administrations. It's become a tool of mass domestic surveillance and an end run around the Fourth Amendment as well. It should be clear by now that we cannot trust the executive branch to regulate itself. This is a crucial moment for Congress to assert itself and its constitutional authority to protect our constituents from warrantless spying. It's clear to me, it is not clear to me that Section 702 can ever be reformed to the point where it doesn't threaten our constitutional rights. But if Congress is going to reauthorize it, then we must insist on major changes. That means requiring a warrant for U.S. person searches, closing the data broker loophole, reforming the FISA court, and narrowing the SP definition and requiring more transparency and oversight. It also means getting rid of the immigrant vetting provision that was included in FISA. This broad law requires Section 702 querying procedures to, quote, enable the vetting of all non-U.S. citizen persons who are being processed for travel to the United States, end of quote. This is a major expansion of government surveillance powers. Instead of targeted surveillance aimed at specific national security risks, the intelligence agencies will now surveil over 10 million people, non-U.S. citizens entering the country each year without suspicion. This will also affect the privacy of Americans whose communications will be accessed at much higher rates and subject to further abuse by agencies that have shown complete disregard for our civil liberties. It's not just progressive Democrats who oppose this provision. Chairman Jordan opposed it and spoke against it on the House floor, highlighting that it would, quote, authorize the surveillance of a whole new category of individuals, end quote. Ultimately, 80 Republicans voted against it. Ms. Gautier, thank you for being here today. Can you speak to the potential harms of the immigrant vetting provision and the significance of the bipartisan opposition to it?
Sure. So ordinarily, in order to conduct a query, the rules for the agencies require them to have to reasonably believe that the query will yield foreign intelligence. That's a very low bar, given how broad the definition of foreign intelligence is. And yet, despite how low the bar is, unfortunately, a provision that was adopted last year in RISA, and again, as you mentioned, the chairman opposed it. Most people in this room, I think, opposed it, but it was still adopted. That allows, in some ways, it basically requires agencies to have procedures in place that permit suspicionless queries for people who are seeking to travel to the United States, whether it's as a tourist or whether it's on a work visa or a student visa or whatever the case may be, even if none of the many vetting mechanisms that the government already uses has turned up any reason to worry about these individuals. This is, completely unnecessary. People should be able to travel to this country, to study and work in this country without turning over their personal communications to be read by the government. There are plenty of vetting mechanisms in place to ensure that they don't pose a threat to national security. And there is an impact on Americans' privacy, on US persons' privacy as well. Partly because these are totally suspicionless searches. So to the extent that these queries return communications that include Americans as participants.
All right, y'all. So let me read a few things for y'all before we finish the video, because I want to just kind of like tie all the dots together for you so we can really understand fully exactly what this means, what is been put in place for, how it operates, and how everything is going down. Okay, so we are talking about FISA Section 702, tool of mass domestic surveillance. Okay, we're going to be pulling back the curtain on that, not just what they're saying here in the hearing, but some of the things that I'm going to read to y'all in just a minute. Okay, so let's talk about it. How the government and big tech have orchestrated a system to spy on your YouTube, your social media, and your private life. Okay, this is what we are talking about. The Silicon Valley handshake and how this is now being fought against. Okay, so let's understand some of the vocabularies and stuff as what all of this means when it comes to our freedoms and our privacy. So we have FISA. FISA. It stands for Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, Section 702. This is a section of the entire act. Now, this section is the part that allows the government to intercept communications. Now, what they say is that it's only for foreigners, but that is the first lie that they told. Because we live in a digital world. So our data, their data, everybody's data travels through the same pipes. You understand? So the incidental trap. If you send an email or a DM that passes through a server used by someone that they are watching, they can also grab your information and your data too. Here's the backdoor search. Once they have your data in their database, the FBI can search for your name, your phone number, and your address without ever asking a judge for a warrant. They are bypassing the Fourth Amendment entirely. Do y'all see how that works? Now, part two. The orchestrated system. This is how it's all orchestrated. It isn't a secret hack. This is a partnership. When we talk about things like the Silicon Valley handshake, the government doesn't have to break into your phone under FISA. Companies like Google, YouTube, Meta, Facebook, Instagram, and X are legally forced to build gateways for the government to access this data. Now let's talk about the terms of service deception. They make those terms and conditions about 50 pages long on purpose, right? Y'all know when we get these cell phones and these devices or we download these apps and stuff, we're not reading all the way through these terms and conditions, especially when it's 50 pages long, or they do that on purpose, right? They orchestrate it so you'll just skip, scroll, and hit agree. And in that fine print, you are often signing away your digital privacy rights. Now let's talk about the revolving door. The people who write the privacy laws for these big apps are often former government intelligence officers. It's a closed loop where the people protecting you are the same people who are being used to watch you. Ooh, the caveat. Somebody say amen, because these are things that we've been questioning, and I've heard other intelligent content creators speaking about and mentioning when they do their lives and their videos that they've been popping it. They've been popping it and they've been calling it. Y'all, this is for real. This is not a lie. There are hearings that are happening talking about this very thing. So, part 3, how this hits your social media and YouTube. Let's talk about why this matters to our community, even just right here on YouTube. Digital mapping. They aren't just reading your words. They are mapping your mind. They know what you watch, how long you stay, who you connect with. They are building a shadow profile of your beliefs. This is how they quiet the truth. When you know Big Brother is archiving your comments, you might hesitate to speak on some untold stories. That is self-censorship, and it is exactly what they want, for you to walk and be in fear of what you say, how you say it, where you say it, and what you're talking about. Now let's talk about the algorithm control. If the government identifies patterns they don't like through this FISA, FISA surveillance system, they can pressure platforms to bury that content. Your reach drops, your views disappear, and you never even know why. Child, let me tell you, when the Lord wants to move, the Lord will move. We was just talking about this, and now we are seeing this is legitimate. Part 4, spiritual teachings. You know, we always gotta add that in. Light versus the shadow. So I see the spirit behind this, okay? It is a spirit of intimidation and control. The enemy loves to work in the shadows, and mass surveillance is the ultimate shadow. But remember, what the enemy meant for our bad, God is actually using for our good. They thought that they could use this to keep us quiet, but instead is waking us up. So, Congressman Troy Garcia slamming this as a tool of surveillance is the light hitting the shadows. Because look, we got people out here that see it for what it is, and they're gonna fight for what's right. They're gonna use their voices and they're gonna talk to the highest of the decibel they can go. We are not just data points. We are human beings with a God-given right to dignity and privacy. When we stand in unison together, like I said earlier, y'all, and demand that our private lives remain sacred, we tear down that digital dragnet. Do not be afraid. Be informed. Knowledge is the key that unlocks the handcuffs of that said fear. So y'all see what I'm saying when it comes to that? I tried to break that down just a little bit for y'all. Now, we're going to listen to the rest of this hearing. I want y'all to listen real close. Because if we're paying attention, this is almost done. It's a short one, like I said. But I can give y'all the long one if you want. We can hear the whole thing, but y'all, these hearings be like hours long. But we can do that. I can set up a separate live and do that. Because this ties into a lot of things that we see happening here on social media. And all this question about who are these people, where are they coming from, why are they all located in these different countries? And it almost gives like these people are on some type of FBI, CIA operation, right? I don't think we were wrong about that when we were questioning that. I don't think, because based off of this, yeah, there's people out there. They're watching, they're listening, they're recording, they're studying. This is very deep, very deep.
These are very likely to be completely innocuous conversations with no foreign intelligence in them, and that is an intrusion on these Americans' privacy. Also, as we've already seen, there have been significant compliance problems with this travel vetting provision, and including multiple queries of U.S. persons under this authority.
Thank you so much. You're underscoring that this is not a partisan issue, and of course, I look forward to working with Chair Jordan and other members and other parties to ensure that this provision is not included in the reauthorization of Section 702. Thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back.
Mr. President, the sweeping surveillance powers authorized under Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, known as FISA, expire in just 40 days. Section 702 grew out of a secret, warrantless surveillance program conducted by the Bush administration after 9/11. When this illegal spying program was finally discovered, Congress enacted 702 as a temporary measure. Like so many expansive government powers that are adopted during times of emergency, this authority has now become a fixture of our surveillance architecture. When it comes to collecting intelligence on foreigners located abroad, the value of this tool is not in serious dispute. But there's a fatal flaw at the core of Section 702. This authority is also used for warrantless spying on innocent Americans. Americans' private email, phone calls, and text messages with friends, family, colleagues, business, and any number of other contacts around the world, excuse me, are swept up under Section 702. The government then searches these private communications, protected by the Fourth Amendment, I might add, without a warrant or other court order. Congress has repeatedly failed to fix this in-run around the Constitution. As a result, for years, the intelligence community has abused Section 702 to spy on business and religious leaders, political parties, campaign donors, journalists, and protesters across the political spectrum. In passing the Reforming Intelligence and Securing America Act in April 2024, Congress codified new reforms intended to rein in these abuses. These measures have substantially reduced the number of unlawful searches, but Congress failed to require a warrant for searching American communications, once again leaving the fox guarding the henhouse. At the same time, Congress greatly expanded 702 to include counter-narcotics and immigration vetting, and conscripted a shocking array of American businesses into Section 702 spying. Congress has a responsibility to protect our national security and the privacy and civil liberties of Americans. That's why Senator Lee, Republican of Utah, and I have introduced the SAFE Act, a bipartisan bill that would reauthorize 702 with common sense reforms to protect our privacy as individuals. Our bill preserves the core value of 702 as a foreign intelligence collection tool, while preventing the government from using it to target the constitutionally protected communications of Americans unless they get court approval. Our warrant requirement takes legitimate operational and security needs into account so that it won't be unduly burdensome or impede any action in an emergency. There's an exception for emergency. What it would do is stop the government from accessing the private communications of Americans without a proper basis under the Fourth Amendment to the Constitution. Such a simple requirement to comply with the Constitution should have been included in Section 702 from the outset. The SAFE Act would also prevent government agencies like ICE, Customs and Border Patrol, and the FBI and others from skirting the Fourth Amendment to obtain America's sensitive information and other personal details from data brokers.
Data brokers. So let's talk about a few more things, okay? Let's talk about the weaponization of the digital dragnet. They aren't just watching, they're weaponizing, okay? And we're going to be exposing how social media and YouTube are being used to target and trigger the community. Breaking down the 3 ways your data is used against you and giving you a 4-step detection guide to how you can spot this manipulation before it takes root. But a lot of it is already started. It's okay, it's never too late. So, how they are weaponizing the intel. Well, once the government and the big tech have your data via FISA, FISA, they don't just put it in a folder. They turn it into a weapon. Here is how it's happening in our digital spaces. So number 1, psychological profiling, the mirror effect. They use your search history. Hold on, y'all. Give me 1 second. All right, y'all. Sorry, I had to get JJ a snack, child. He be coming out here looking for a snack. All right, so let me get back to where I was at. So psychological profiling, right? This is the mirror effect. They use your search history and your private DMs to build a profile of your fears and your triggers. Then the algorithm starts serving you content that mirrors those fears. If you're worried about the economy, suddenly your feed is 100% the world is ending videos. They use your data to keep you in high state of high anxiety. Now, number 2, manufactured division, the echo chamber. They weaponize surveillance to see who the leaders are in our communities. And when we talk about communities, most of us, we have communities here now, like on YouTube platforms and channels and stuff, right? So then they push conflicting information to different groups to keep us arguing with each other. While they're busy fighting over a headline, they are quietly passing bills like FISA behind our backs, right? But we're arguing about things amongst our community, right? So the government is doing what the government does, real important stuff that we really need to be paying attention to. But with this system, with FISA that they have set up, they're pushing things that's going to get us to engage in and fight with against each other about, right? Conflict. So then we got to talk about the silent muzzle, shadow targeting. They don't have to ban you to silence you. If your profile shows that you're an independent thinker or a truth seeker, they weaponize the algorithm to deprioritize your voice. Oh my God, these hiccups. Look at the devil. Devil, get away. Devil, get away. You aren't blocked, but your community stops seeing your notifications. It's orchestrated this way to starve your influence, which is typically something that you're trying to provide to be a positive influence, right? But they want to starve the viewers away from that. I'm going to read this all over again because I don't think y'all hearing me. Y'all are not hearing me. I got to get rid of these hiccups too. But I don't think y'all hearing me, or I don't think y'all want to hear. But y'all got to understand, this is what is happening. Do you not see? Do you not hear? Do you not know? And a lot of people have been calling this out. They've been speaking about this on their platform. They've been exposing a lot of this from just the like YouTube standpoint. What we are saying is, this is the government. This stuff is government orchestrated. You understand what I'm saying to you? Okay. Now let's keep going. How to detect the manipulation. This is a 4-step guide. And we know this to be true. Many people have said it. Many people teach it. Many people talk about it. Knowledge is your power. We know this. We know this to be true. But discernment is your armor. Now, a lot of people, to be quite honest, and I can even say, right, because I don't have no problem being honest, I have a lot of knowledge, but sometimes people know how to play and manipulate you when it comes to your discernment, right? Because they play on your emotions. So you have discernment. It works pretty decently. But if they're able to infiltrate and manipulate your emotions, that's how they gain entrance. So here's how you and your family can detect when the digital space is being weaponized against you. Number 1, the fear loop check. Ask yourself this: is my feed suddenly trying to make me afraid or angry at a specific group of people? If the content is designed to trigger an emotional flight or fight response, rather than just giving you facts, right, you're likely being targeted by a weaponized algorithm. Number 2, the notification ghost. If you follow a creator like, let's just say me or Roland Martin or Midas Touch, and suddenly you stop getting notifications or the videos don't show up in your home tab, this is a sign of shadow targeting. The system is trying to break that connection to you and maybe positive creators, informative creators that are truth tellers, truth seekers, positive, uplifting, fun, all of those things, right? They don't want you to have none of that. They don't want you to be connected to none of that. And they can get in the system and get that algorithm to move in the opposite direction. So where those things are not the things that's being fed or pushed to you. The negative things and the baiting, like the rage baiting things, is what's being fed and pushed to you, right? So number 3, step 3, the bot pattern comments. Bot pattern comments. Look at your comments. If you see multiple accounts saying the exact same hateful or divisive thing, often using the same keywords, these typically aren't real people. They are bots orchestrated to create the illusion of a massive argument. So they're saying things, right? Like baiting things that's going to get under your skin, that's going to make you upset, it's going to make you respond in a certain type of way, you know what I'm saying, and go back and forth and argue with them, right? We see a lot of this. And this is not like me saying, oh my God, hot off the press, I got new info. I'm not saying I got new info. We know that we've been seeing this and paying attention to this. What is important about this is that you have to realize now what we are learning is that all of this is government orchestrated. That's pretty heavy work, don't you think? If the government is orchestrating things to move and operate like this. So number 4, step 4, right, for fact checking, you have to fact check the source. So before you share a breaking story that makes your blood boil, and we know we see a lot of those, right? And especially with the way AI works now, a lot of all these fake channels and fake reports of stories and so on and so forth. You got to check your sources to see if it's real. Is it being reported by independent, grounded voices, or is it a random account with no face and no history? Deception lives in anonymity. Y'all know that. We know that. We are seeing this. We are literally seeing this very thing. This is what's crazy to me. And why I'm putting the pieces together for y'all is because this is not just me getting up on the live and hit record and telling y'all about how the things is moving and shaking here on YouTube. I'm telling y'all that there is a hearing that is being had, right? A government hearing that is being had that is telling us about this. Oh my God, I gotta get rid of these hiccups. So the enemy wants to use the internet as a digital wilderness to make you feel isolated and confused. But y'all have to remember, we have to keep bringing ourselves back to this. We are one human family. When you detect these weapons, what the best thing is for us to do is not to react with more hate. We react with disconnection. And this is what a lot of people are good at, and some people are not. I'm not that good at that, but other people are really great at that, right? So you have to step back, take a breath, talk to a real person, because they want to trap your mind in the screen, but your spirit belongs to the light, right? When we detect the lie, we reject the fear and we protect our peace. You know what I'm saying? So in a spiritual, and I like to add the spirituality in there with it. When I talk about these things, I have the facts that I'm telling y'all about, but I also like to add the spirituality in there as well. And y'all notice how, and it's not to say that I'm the most interesting person or have the most interesting content, but when I talk about stuff like this, nobody comes. Nobody comes, right? Because maybe that's an indication that maybe you're part of this, right? But when we're fighting, right, and we're doing exactly what these systems are set up to make us do, right? Fight with each other, argue with each other, go against each other, get upset or triggered by something and cuss and fuss and drag. Everybody's around when it comes to that. And I think people get pushed to come around and watch that. But if we listening to truth, nobody's around to hear or listen to that, right? And maybe I'm just expressing it in a boring way. Could be possible. But y'all tell me that what I'm telling y'all right now is not exactly what we seeing playing out here on this YouTube platform and other social media platforms as well. Y'all tell me that it's not the same exact thing that we seeing playing out, that we've been questioning, that we've been trying to figure out what the heck is going on here. And now that I'm sitting up here and I'm showing y'all and I'm telling y'all, and I'm going to pull the video back up so you can see it and not just hear it. This is a government hearing. It is a hearing within Congress about this. Come on, y'all. Come on. Let's get back into it. And I'm going to show you. I'm going to show y'all exactly what I'm talking about. This is a hearing in Congress about this exact thing that is happening. And we've been saying it. We've been saying it. We've been questioning it. We've been trying to figure it out. Now we know. This is the government that's doing these things. And I've been saying it. I really have been saying this for a while. And when I do, child, what? My channel get taken. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why my channels keep getting taken down. Because and others as well, have been speaking about this long before I was, right? At least on the platform. But I've always had these conversations with me and my mama when we watch and we see what's going on. I was like, yeah, something ain't right. There's some type of something that is happening. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something is happening. Listen, let's listen then. Let's listen. So y'all can see I'm not telling y'all no lies. I am not telling y'all no lies. This is a hearing. They are talking about this.
ICE is using this data to track U.S. citizens exercising their First Amendment right to protest, which should concern senators on both sides of the aisle. If the FBI wants to track someone's phone, obtain their location information, or access their Google search history, the agency should be required to get a judicial warrant. Instead, government agencies are exploiting gaps in our outdated laws to buy our sensitive information from data brokers. It's a loophole Congress must address. Our bill, my bill with Senator Lee, does that. Once again, however, those who want to avoid real reforms are urging Congress to just reauthorize Section 702 without addressing this issue. When Congress extended 702 in 2024, the argument was we needed more time. So Congress reauthorized Section 702 for just 2 years to see how the existing compliance measures were working. Later, they said we need more time. Let's see how the reforms are working. And now here we are, 2 years later, and the opponents of real reform are saying exactly the same thing. Just give us more time. We've been hearing these same excuses for over 20 years. It's time to stop avoiding the issue and to protect America's constitutional rights once and for all. Not later, not next time. In 2024, the last time Section 02 was up for reauthorization, I chaired the Senate Judiciary Committee, which had jurisdiction over FISA. I held a public hearing more than 6 months before the authority expired, so members could ask the Biden administration how they were using Section 702. Now the Trump administration refuses to testify publicly about how they're using this power. Enough is enough. There's no excuse for ramming through an extension of 702 at the last minute without regular order and without common sense and in violation of the Constitution. The American people deserve better from their representatives. We can and we should protect the American people from threats to their security and threats to their civil liberties. I yield the floor.
Always recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Jordan. This hearing.
Oh, wait, could the gentleman hold for just 1 second? Sure. I apologize. You guys have been going 2.5 hours. If any of you need a break, make sure we'll give you a break and we'll keep rolling. But I just thought that because I just took a break. So, but the gentleman's recognized. You get your full time.
Thank you, Chairman Jordan. This hearing, of course, marks the start of negotiations over the reauthorization of FISA Section 702 at a time when our civil liberties are under assault and the public lacks trust in government. The stakes could not be higher. As my colleagues and witnesses have pointed out, Section 702 has been repeatedly abused under both Republican and Democratic administrations. It's become a tool of mass domestic surveillance and an end run around the Fourth Amendment as well. It should be clear by now that we cannot trust the executive branch to regulate itself. This is a crucial moment for Congress to assert itself and its constitutional authority to protect our constituents from warrantless spying. It's clear.
All right, y'all. So let's review over something that's even more interesting, but I believe is, for most people, depending on how you think and how your mind works, pretty obvious, right? So let's talk about this revolving door from intelligence to algorithms, okay? So it has been a documented fact that high-ranking officials from agencies like the CIA, FBI, and the NSA and their internal counterparts move directly into leadership roles at companies like Google, Meta, Facebook, Instagram, and X. And they have skills transfers. These individuals spent their career learning psychological operations, PSYOPs, which is behavioral profiling, a narrative control. And so what is the motive? When they move to social media, they use those same skills to moderate content. But whose definition of truth are they using? They often recreate the same surveillance and influence structures they used in the government. But now they do it under the guise of platform safety. So recreating government skills for personal gain. Many ex-government workers also start their own private intelligence or strategic communication firms. This is disinformation for hire. Social engineering. They use their knowledge of how the human brain reacts to fear and stress to create viral moments that aren't organic. Bot armies and troll farms. They know how to coordinate thousands of fake accounts to make a lie look like a trending truth. And personal motives. Sometimes it's for money, paid by political groups, and sometimes it's to maintain the same power they had in office. They use social media as the digital battlefield to punish their enemies and protect their allies. So what are the 3 red flags? We got to talk about them. 3 red flags to look for so you can detect when a narrative has been professionally orchestrated by someone with that governmental background. Number 1, the artificial consensus. If you see a brand new topic suddenly being pushed by everyone at the same time using the exact same phrases, this is a coordinated, inauthentic behavior. Real people don't talk the same way at the same time. Number 2, the trust the expert pivot. They often use their formal titles to shut down your questions. They'll say, as a former so-and-so, I can tell you, to make you feel like your common sense is wrong. Remember, discernment is a gift from God. Do not trade that for a title. And number 3, the data-driven trigger. If you feel like an ad or a video is speaking directly to you, your private fears, it probably is. They use the data harvested via things like FISA to target your specific psychological profile. Okay? So all of this stuff, y'all let me know what you think or what you feel. But all of this stuff to me seems to be tying in very heavily to what we see is going on these social media places and spaces. Okay. And a lot of people don't like it because it's coming out and they're probably people that are within those positions. Okay. Now, moving on from that, because, that's spooky. People are scared about that. People are scared of the truth. Now we got to get into our next topic. So we're going to be talking about Justice Alito's scathing dissent in Supreme Court move to block Trump's Venezuelan deportations. That's going to be the next thing that I'm going to let y'all listen to a little bit of. And so let's go ahead and get into that video. We are almost done. We only got 2 more to go, y'all, and then we'll be wrapping this up. But let's go ahead and play a little bit of this. And this is just about 3 minutes, so we won't be hearing this too long. This is just a quick update for y'all. Some stuff we go in deep on. Just giving y'all the update on what's happening. So let me go ahead and add this to the stage. And let's go ahead and listen to this. It's about 3 minutes.
Justice Samuel Alito has penned dissent against a recent Supreme Court move to pause U.S. President Donald Trump's deportations of Venezuelan criminals under the Alien Enemies Act of 1798. SCOTUS's decision, issued in the early hours of 19 April, blocks the deportations of Venezuelan migrants under the 18th century law. The decision, that was also signed off on by conservative justices Brett Kavanaugh and Amy Coney Barrett, The court advised the White House not to remove Venezuelans held in Texas's Blue Bonnet Detention Center until further orders. Alito spoke against the timing of the decision, describing it as literally in the middle of the night. The justice has served on the court since 2006, wrote his dissent, along with Justice Clarence Thomas. I refused to join the court's order because we had no good reason to think that, under the circumstances, issuing an order at midnight was necessary or appropriate, Alito continued. Both the executive and the judiciary have an obligation to follow the law. The executive must proceed under the terms of our order in Trump vs. JGG 604 U.S. Caniar 2025 per curiam, and this court should follow established procedures, he continued. Trump administration's counsel has filed an opposition to the order. The attorneys said that the federal government gave advance notice to detainees before their deportations, allowing them ample time to file habeas claims. The government has agreed not to remove, pursuant the AEA, those AEA detainees who do file habeas claims, including the putative class representatives, the filing states. This court should dissolve its current administrative stay and allow the lower courts to address the relevant legal and factual questions in the first instance, including the development of a proper factual record, it further stated. The American Civil Liberties Union, ACLU, had filed an emergency appeal arguing that federal immigration authorities have presumably restarted deportations under the Alien Enemies Act of 1798. The Supreme Court previously allowed the White House to continue the deportations in a limited capacity, provided due process was in place. The Alien Enemies Act of 1798 allows for the deportation of natives and citizens of an enemy nation without a hearing. The law has been invoked only a few times in U.S. history, most recently being during World War II.
All right, y'all. So that was just a quick intro video. So now we're about to get into this second video right here. Hold on, let me take a quick song break and then we'll get into that. Like I said, we just got two more videos and then we'll be wrapping up, y'all. So give me just a second. I'm gonna get into this next one in just a moment with the updates when it comes to what is really happening with excuse me, I get rid of these hiccups when it comes to Alito and the retirement rumors, okay? So the Supreme Court seeming like it's about to change forever following a health scare that has the legal world talking. Rumors are swelling that Justice Samuel Alito may be preparing to step down. So we will be talking about the hospital visit today and the strategic retirement theory and the high stakes political gamble that could give the administration its fourth Supreme Court pick. It's about legacy, power, and the future of us as the people's rights, okay? So we have to keep our eyes on the bench. Justice Samuel Alito is 76 years old, and he has served for 2 decades. It is at the center of a major DC firestorm right now, today actually, because reports have surfaced regarding this healthcare scare. Alito had to be taken to the hospital for dehydration after falling while he was at a formal dinner. While he returned to the court shortly after, the timing has ignited massive speculation. Is Justice Alito preparing to retire? If he steps down this summer, it gives the administration a golden opportunity to appoint a much younger, rock-solid conservative justice before the 2026 midterms. This could potentially shift the power within the Senate. All right, so the November deadline. Right now, the Senate is in position to confirm almost any pick the president sends over. But if Alito waits until after the 2026 midterms and the Senate balance changes, a new justice might face a brick wall. Alito has a major book set to release this October. Historically, when a justice is looking to cement their legacy and step away, a memoir or a major publication is typically created or often signaled. If a fourth appointment happens, it's not just filling a seat. It is entrenching a specific judicial philosophy for the next 40 years. If there are decisions that will affect your children and grandchildren, I think you should be concerned who may take that seat if the seat will be up for grabs. So we're going to take a quick song break, and then we're going to go ahead and get into that video for that coverage as well, because that could be possibly what is about to happen. All right, y'all, I'm going to play this song and we'll be right back.
They drag us from the coast, middle passage madness, where we lost the most. Packed in hoes like cargo, spirits in a cage. Built a brand new nation, lived a life of rage. Yeah, we were the property, the 3/5 compromise. Picked the cotton, built the White House with our hands inside. And they watered all the poplar trees with our blood and cries. Yeah, you know what they were for beneath the southern skies. That strange fruit hanging message of their hate. A simple wrong look was enough to seal your fate. To my brown kin, they just stole it, called it manifest. Killed the Aztecs, stole the planes, put them to the left. The good old days, the signs on the wall. They want us broken, silent, waiting for the call. They wanna push us backwards, drag us down to hell, but we ain't going back, not going back. We ain't going back. We ain't going back. We ain't going back. Let's talk about a word. See your Let's talk about a word. See how it sticks. 6 letters, COLORED to politics. Not a person, just a label, just a shade on a chart. A legal way to tear a whole damn race apart. Colored water fountain, colored waiting room, colored entrance round the back, a social living tomb. Jim Crow was the law, man. Segregation was the tool. Taught a child to hate his own skin before he went to school. And it ain't just here, that's the global view. Apartheid, colonization, yeah, they did it there too. That word was a weapon, a boot on the neck to say you live, you die, you move at our check. They want the good old days, the signs on the wall. They want us broken, silent, waiting for the call. They wanna push us backwards, drag us down to hell, but we ain't going back. 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 Don't you dare say it's repeating. It never stops. They just got new suits, new slogans, new cops. They ban the books that tell the truth of Act 1. They call a protest riot soon as the marching's done. They tell us get over it, it wasn't us. While they build the same systems of them and us. Gerrymander the district, choke the money from the school. Praise the good old days while they fill the modern jails. This is the warning, this is the last thing. We learned your lessons, now we understand. We are the children of the ones you couldn't break. We are the dreams that you could never ever take. We are the fire you tried to douse with ice. We paid the cost, we ain't gon' pay it twice. You want us back in chains, you want us on our knees. We'd rather die right here standing on our feet. This ain't a threat, this is a promise we fulfill. We ain't ever going back. We'll fight you tooth and nail.
All right, y'all. So thanks for rocking with me with that quick song break. So yeah, let's go ahead and get into this next video right here, y'all. So let me pull this up on the screen. Give me just a second. StreamYard is moving slow again, y'all. Always moving slow. I don't get it. All right, here we go. So let me get this one up for y'all, and then we got 2 topics after that, and then we'll be wrapping up this live. So let's get into it. Let me put this one up. All right. I'm going to meet y'all in the chat per usual.
Democrats absolutely on the edge. And it came from the one place they never wanted to see it, the Supreme Court. This move sets President Trump up for years, maybe decades, of wins on the issues they fear most. I'll walk you through what Justice Alito is signaling, who Trump could tap to replace him, and why the name Ted Cruz continues to come up. But before we get into that bombshell story, we've got breaking news about Jesse Jackson passing and Trump's reaction. Plus, Tom Homan blows up the media narrative about failing in Minnesota. We're going to go through all of this. I just want to say thank you guys so much for liking and sharing these videos. It helps me more than you know. Let's jump into the truth. Reverend Jesse Jackson, a civil rights icon and 2-time Democrat presidential candidate.
All right, y'all, hold on. Give me 1 second. That was the wrong one that I had up there. Let me get the right one up there. Give me just a second. I apologize for that, y'all. I got so many of these tabs open. Hold on. Give me 1 second.
The Supreme Court revealing that Justice Samuel Alito The Supreme Court revealing that Justice Samuel Alito was hospitalized 2 weeks ago for dehydration. The 76-year-old was at a Federalist Society dinner on March 20th when he felt lightheaded. He was released from the hospital on that same night, and he has since returned to the bench without any health concerns. Alito is the second oldest justice on the High Court. This incident is fueling speculation that he could consider retirement, which would allow President Trump to fill another Supreme Court seat. The Supreme Court revealing that Justice Samuel Alito was hospitalized 2 weeks ago for dehydration. The 76-year-old was at a Federalist Society dinner on March 20th when he felt lightheaded. He was released from the hospital on that same night, and he has since returned to the bench without any health concerns. Alito is the second oldest justice on the High Court.
All right, guys. I cannot find the video, y'all. Done lost the link. But it's okay. We're going to move right along. I'm going to come back to that one for y'all. Don't worry. Don't worry. We'll get into that one on another day or whatnot. And I'll give y'all the updates and the details about it. I had the link and now I can't find it. There's so many to go through. So I'm not going to sit there make y'all wait all this time because we already are going over in time. So we're going to go right on along to our next topic for the live, and we have to talk a little bit about this climate deal that excludes fossil fuel phase outs. So let's get into that a little bit. We'll be listening to none other than Democracy Now! I love that channel. I love how they break everything down. So we're going to listen to a little bit of that, y'all. Probably not the whole thing because it's about 30 minutes. So just a little bit. And I want y'all to, just hear a little bit what's going on. So let's go ahead and play that. And I will meet y'all in the chat. I'll be right back.
At the UN Climate Summit ended Saturday in Belém, Brazil, with a watered-down agreement that doesn't include a roadmap to phase out fossil fuels, oil, gas, and coal, doesn't even mention fossil fuels, the world's largest contributors to the climate crisis. The final agreement went into overtime after 2 weeks of contentious negotiations in Belém, the gateway to the Amazon. A coalition of more than 80 nations from Latin America, Asia, Africa, the Pacific, Europe, and UK had supported a just transition away from fossil fuels. But the efforts were derailed by petrostates, including Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and Russia, as well as the more than 1,600 fossil fuel lobbyists who were granted access to the climate talks this year. A fossil fuel phase-out was also a key demand by the thousands of indigenous leaders who attended COP30. This is Colombia's Environment Minister, Joaquín Vélez Torres.
Clearly, the oil-producing countries are only trying to focus on adaptation. But adaptation is an empty bag if mitigation doesn't come next to adaptation. Adaptation alone and the finances for adaptation are not sufficient if we don't deal with the problem. The root cause of this problem is fossil fuels. How are we dealing with that? How are we going to come out from this COP to say and to tell the people that we deny the most basic scientific truth, which is that the fossil fuels are the cause of more than 80% of the emissions that are generating climate change? We cannot look at the people and the future generations if we don't do something now. And we cannot accept a text that is not dealing with the real problems.
While in Belém, the governments of Colombia and the Netherlands announced they'd be co-hosting the first international conference on the just transition away from fossil fuels next year in Colombia. The landmark gathering will take place in the Colombian port city of Santa Marta in April. The COP30 agreement also makes no new commitments to halt deforestation and doesn't address global meat consumption, another major driver of global heating. More than 300 agribusiness lobbyists attended the climate talks in Belém as the expansion of industrial agriculture, including the production of soy, has led to worsening air pollution and deforestation in the Amazon. This all comes as the Trump administration boycotted COP30. After the White House withdrew the U.S. from the Paris Climate Agreement for the second time when Trump returned to office. We're now joined by two guests. In Belém, Brazil, Jonathan Watts is with us, The Guardian's global environment writer, usually based in Altamira, Brazil. And in Washington, D.C., Brandon Wu is the Director of Policy and Campaigns at ActionAid USA, just returned from COP30 in Belém. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Jonathan, let's begin with you. You're right there in the gateway to the Amazon. You had a major piece with other Guardian writers summarizing what happened. Why don't you do it for us here? What took place over these last 2 weeks? What agreement did it lead to? What didn't it agree to? Would you call it a total failure or an incremental, very slow transition away, though they wouldn't talk about transition away from what some call the F word, fossil fuels?
The first thing I would say is that it's not as bad as I expected. I had the lowest of expectations, which were almost realized. This COP conference came perilously close to breaking down. And if this had broken down, then the whole Paris Agreement that's put in place 10 years ago could have collapsed. So this was a very dangerous moment. And I don't think we can understand what happened in Belém without looking at the terrible, terrible geopolitical situation, the absence of the United States was critical. The United States, of course, is the world's biggest historical emitter and the richest country, the one that in past conferences has leaned on countries like Saudi Arabia to be a bit more giving. It wasn't there, and President Donald Trump has been openly hostile to the whole multilateral global environmental governance system. Then you have the wars, then you have the fact that Europe is rearming. So in this context, I think it's amazing that anything came out of this. Your summary is excellent, that this conference didn't get anywhere near close enough to where we need to be going to keep global warming to a reasonably safe level of 1.5 C. All the scientists I talked to here, and that was something new about this conference, bringing in more scientists as well as more indigenous people, all the scientists here were incredibly alarmed. We're approaching a number of tipping points with regards to the Amazon rainforest, with regards to Atlantic currents and so forth. So yes, that's frustrating, but that's not new. Last year was a very similar outcome. This year, what I think there was, it's really disappointing there was no mention of fossil fuels, but Saudi Arabia just said really clearly, if you talk about a roadmap and transition, these talks are going to collapse. So it just wasn't on the table. But what we did see was the start of a new just transition mechanism, a tripling of funds, adaptation funds for developing countries, and more than anything else, a kind of a radicalism that's come into the talks that wasn't there before. It was there on the streets for the first time in 4 years. Civil society was out in force, amazing color, dynamism, flotillas in the bay, tens of thousands of people in the streets, more indigenous people in the conference than ever before. That was incredibly encouraging. So was the fact that, as you mentioned, Colombia and a group of other high ambition nations have decided to go it alone and create a parallel series of conferences for a just transition away from fossil fuels. That's really going on the offensive. And then finally, kind of in the background of all of this was China and what's happening in China with its fossil fuel shift away from fossil fuels, incredible ramp up of wind, solar, electric cars that is transforming the world, despite what the talks do or achieve or don't achieve. It's absolutely incredible how fast things are moving in that area. So it seems from where I'm sitting that the United States under Donald Trump is trying to go backwards to the 20th century and a fossil fuel era, whereas a huge part of the rest of the world wants to move forward into something else. So yes, I wish there was much, much more on the table here, but given everything that's happening in the world right now, the whole process lives to fight another day.
You talk about the role of China. I want to bring in Brandon Wu. China and the United States. You've just returned from Berlin, flew into Washington, D.C. If you can talk about the significance of the U.S., so you don't say the U.S. and Saudi Arabia and UAE and other countries blocked the final declaration mentioning fossil fuels, but that's only because the U.S. boycotted. So the significance of this, and did you expect that China would more fill the vacuum as it becomes a leader in the production of renewable energy technology?
Yeah, China's role in all this is extremely interesting. Let's talk about that. I actually want to back up a moment and say I'm extremely angry, right? I'm angry at a really weak outcome. I'm angry at the fossil fuel lobbyists roaming the venue freely, while the indigenous activists that both of you have mentioned were actually met with militarized repression. I'm angry at all the governments that aren't standing up for their people. But I have a special level of incandescent outrage at a particular set of countries, and it's actually a slightly different set than the one that we're naming so far. And that is the rich developed countries of the global north who come in to these conferences and they act like they're the heroes, when in fact what they're doing is shifting the burden of a crisis that they caused onto the backs of the poor. So you have, of course, you have the United States, but also the European Union, which is part of this so-called high ambition coalition pushing a fossil fuel roadmap. They are not on track in any way to phase out fossil fuels themselves. At this point, 10 years after the Paris Agreement, the countries of the global north should be pretty close to near zero emissions. None of them are anywhere close to that. And so to come in and to push a fossil fuel roadmap, you know, it strikes as a little bit hypocritical. Of course, we need a fossil fuel phase out. We need it as fast as possible. It has to start in the global north, and the global north has to provide the finance to the global south to enable that to happen. That is part of what China is doing, frankly. China is also doing some unhelpful stuff, you know, continuing investment in coal, but they are also investing in renewables in a way that the global north just isn't doing at scale. And that's what's undermining trust in the agreement. That's why countries like most of Africa, not just Saudi Arabia and Russia, were opposed to the fossil fuel roadmap in Belém, because they had no assurance that the global north would be moving first or would be providing support for them to have a transition.
Brandon Wu, when you talk about adaptation, it's become a buzzword. Everyone understands it at the UN Climate Summit, but outside of that, I don't think people really get it. Explain what you mean by funding adaptation.
So adaptation is really just supporting communities to be resilient to climate impacts. Climate impacts are not, you know, we all know climate impacts are not something that's going to happen in the future. It's happening now. It's been happening for decades, particularly in the most vulnerable countries in the global south. Many of those communities had zero contribution to the climate crisis, but they're the ones that are feeling the brunt of its harmful effects, and they need to be supported with resources to be able to adapt to those impacts. That's what we're talking about when we talk about adaptation finance. And again, it's the wealthy countries of the global north that have caused this crisis that are responsible for providing that support. We did get a tripling in theory of adaptation finance at this COP. But if you look at the actual text, it's really ambiguous. So the developed countries led by the EU, they took out the baseline. It was supposed to be adaptation tripling from 2025 levels by 2030. They took out the baseline, so now it doesn't reference 2025 levels, so we're not sure what we're tripling from. And they pushed the deadline from 2030 to 2035. 10 years from now, that's like an interminable amount of time for communities that are facing the brunt of the impacts right now.
Are you calling for a ban on fossil fuel lobbyists at
Yes,
the UN
absolutely.
Climate Summit?
Absolutely. You know, we can criticize this process in any number of different ways. It's been 30 years. It hasn't delivered what we need. A big part of that is the president's, as you say, of fossil fuel lobbyists at this talk. So it's fossil fuel lobbyists, it's intransigent global north governments, and part of the reason that they're so intransigent is those fossil fuel lobbyists that have their ears. So yes, absolutely, they do not belong at talks that are designed to solve the climate crisis, which means getting rid of fossil fuels altogether.
If you can talk, Brandon, about the Belém Declaration, I want to get Jonathan's view on this as well. So on the one hand, you have the COP30 not mentioning fossil fuels. But I think what Lula will focus on, the Brazilian president, as he did as we headed to G20 and was there this weekend, was what's called the Belém Declaration. Explain that.
So the Belém Declaration is essentially a coalition of countries that want to, or at least say they want to, move on fossil fuels and are frustrated with the UN climate negotiations because it is a consensus-based process. And so you can have individual countries blocking progress. And so they want to take something outside of this process and move forward on phasing out fossil fuels with the sort of coalition of the willing, if I can use that term. And so this is a genuinely exciting development. This is the kind of energy that we need. You know, we need all the initiatives we can get to phase out fossil fuels, and I might add, to stop deforestation. That's sort of the second part of this that you have thankfully mentioned, but that a lot of people forget about. Phase out fossil fuels and stop deforestation. We need all the initiatives we can get. And so the fact that they've started something outside the COP that is an exciting development. I'm glad also that Jonathan mentioned the exciting development also that came within the COP process, which is the conversation on just transition. This is about how do we actually have a transition from a fossil fuel-based economy that doesn't leave communities and workers and ordinary people behind. We did have some incremental progress on that at this COP, which mitigates an otherwise very bad outcome. And I don't think we would have gotten that outcome if the US had been there.
Jonathan Watts, you mentioned the large presence of Indigenous people. I think nearly 1,000 were accredited, thousands more were outside, though there was serious repression of those that tried to go from the outside in. Last Friday, the Indigenous leaders actually shut down the COP for a few hours. But I want to talk about the dangers Indigenous people and their allies face, who are land defenders, who are water defenders. You are an editor of the book, and I went to a bookstore in Belém last week where you, as well as others, spoke How to Save the Amazon, a book by Dom Phillips, the Guardian reporter. At one point, I think he was a Guardian reporter, who was murdered together with the Brazilian Bruno Pereira when they were investigating what was happening in the Amazon. If you can talk about the dangers people face, and then I'd like to make my way into what's happening with Bolsonaro right now and how he enabled so much of this, a man who's about to go to prison, who President Trump has defended, the former president of Brazil. But start with the dangers people face.
Sure. Something like 200 environmental or land defenders are killed around the world every year. It's an incredible toll. It's the toll of a war, and this is a war against nature. Dom Phillips, who worked for The Guardian, but he was a freelancer also for the Washington Post and many other organizations. He wanted to write a book where he asked as many people as possible how to save the Amazon. So from a position of great humility to try to understand. He found out just how dangerous it was when he was traveling with an indigenous expert called Bruno Pereira, who is Brazilian, who'd worked for the government, worked with indigenous people for a long time, and he was targeted and killed. Dom witnessed it and paid the price. This case got a lot of attention because Dom had a lot of journalist friends, and because he was from the global north. But these kind of cases are happening all the time. It's often unreported. Very often it's indigenous people who are killed. And this, going back to the conference a little, there was this kind of contradiction. There were more indigenous people inside than ever before, including Brazil has for the first time got an indigenous minister, and many senior indigenous leaders were in the blue zone, the main negotiating area, but they weren't there for the final talks. And that's something that really needs to change. So the people on the front line, the people who know the forest best and other biomes are represented, and their voices are heard when these kinds of decisions are made.
And we're going to do another show on how to save the Amazon, this that has just come out. But I wanted to ask Brandon Wu, as you come back from Belém, where you think the global movements to deal with the climate catastrophe are headed, and the significance of this Colombia meeting that's happening in just months from now. The leadership of Petro, the president of Colombia, they're going to be doing it in conjunction with sponsoring it of a country of the north, of the Netherlands. Talk about the significance of that.
I think this is really important. I think Colombia's initiative, President Petro's initiative on this has been really admirable. And I also think that none of this is going to happen unless there is more ambition and more finance coming from the big global north countries, including the United States. Obviously, the political situation is difficult. Politics are difficult everywhere. But here in the United States, I think what Trump has done over the past year has really shown that the line we've heard from the US and other rich countries over the past 30 years in these negotiations, which is that we don't have the money to give to the global south to enable a worldwide transition away from fossil fuels, that's just a lie, right? We have been fighting tooth and nail for $100 billion a year, which was the original goal for climate money flowing from global north to global south. It's now 300 billion is a new goal. It's still far too little. But the response from the US and the EU has been, we just don't have the money. But this year, we saw the Trump administration just sort of magic up $200 billion for ICE and CBP, right? We have consistently magicked up lots of money for Israel. Our military budget is nearing $1 trillion. We subsidize fossil fuels to the tune of tens of billions of dollars. It's just not true that the money isn't there. And I think it's actually quite useful that this administration is showing how much of a lie that is. And so in answer to your response about the role of movements, I think our movements, especially in those wealthy developed countries, really have to lean on our governments to show how the money is there. It's just the political will that's not, and it's up to us to change that.
And I want to end by asking about former Brazilian President Jair Bolsonaro, Jonathan. He was just arrested this weekend after there was evidence that he tampered with his ankle monitor while under house arrest. The arrest ordered by the Brazilian Supreme Court Justice de Moraes over fears that Bolsonaro would attempt to escape his compound days before he was headed to a 27-year prison term back in September, sentenced to that for plotting a military coup and assassination against Brazil's current president, Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva. Can you talk about?
All right, y'all. So we're going to go ahead and move into our second topic. I'm going to cut this one short because I told y'all this video is kind of long or whatnot. She's going to a few other topics as well. But as far as talking about the fossil fuels, I just want to go ahead and get a brief summary of all of that and what was being, discussed and how it really does affect us. A lot of this stuff affects us. We know that there's people out there that are clean and green. We understand that, so let's talk about it. All right. So we're actually talking about the ground beneath our feet and the money that is in our pockets. Okay. This is a historic conference that's happening. It's in Santa Marta, Colombia, and there's over 45 nations that have gathered for the first ever summit dedicated to phasing out fossil fuels. But they aren't just talking about the weather. They are fighting a legal monster called ISDS, Investor State Dispute Settlement. So what this means in plain English is it's a hidden court system that has been created by some of the wealthier nations, what we call the global north, right? Like the US and Europe. And these systems allow massive oil corporations to sue whole countries for billions of dollars in those countries. for billions of dollars in those countries, pass laws to protect their own water or air. It is a colonial era trap designed to keep the wealthy corporations, of course, in power over the people's rights to a healthy life, if they choose to have that. While the rest of the world is fighting to break these chains, we are seeing a massive contradiction here, of course, at home in the US. So Trump administration is trying to pull us back because remember back in the 19th century, the energy model was very much like what he wants to take it back to, doubling down on coal and oil. Now, we hear talks about him doing this because he wants to bring, these plants and industries back to the United States, where we make our own stuff and it adds on more jobs. If you let him tell it, that's what he's saying. But this is the game that's being played. So while we are being told that old energy is the way to go, China has already grabbed the future by the cusp. Okay. So China now dominates the supply chain for solar, wind, and batteries. And unfortunately, we are moving forward in very technological times, okay? So if we do go back or we stay stuck in the history loop of fossil fuels, we aren't being independent as if, we listen to him and what he would say and how he would tell it. It's actually making us becoming more dependent on dying resources while we hand the keys of the future over to other countries such as China. Basically, y'all. So who pays the price for this? That's the most important thing, right? The lower income and poor families is the answer. When we stay tied to fossil fuels, we are actually staying tied in some kind of way to chaos. Every time there is a conflict or a blockade, the price of gas and groceries jumps and goes through the roof. The wealthy don't feel those hits because they're wealthy. They don't have to think about how much a gallon of milk costs or 12 eggs. But the mother who is living paycheck to paycheck does. Fossil fuel plants aren't built in wealthy zip codes, okay? Just like liquor stores. They are built in typically the impoverished neighborhoods, meaning children pay with their health, while the global North elites collect the checks and the money, benefiting from those said businesses being in those neighborhoods. Because when it comes to fossil fuels, they do, create and give off a lot of pollution within the air that many of us breathe. So our seniors, our kids, any of us, honestly, if you live in a neighborhood where they're putting those type of, factories, then that is going to be, what comes from that, right? When it comes to health. So when we see people are saying, they're trying to go green because it is better for the environment, it is better for the people and their health, their safety, and their well-being, that is a lot of, and mostly the reason why a lot of people are deciding to go green. So when we talk about this in a spiritual aspect, God meant for us to be stewards of this earth, not to exploit it, right? Until the poor have nothing but crumbs left. The green transition is a path to economic liberation. It is about making energy cheaper and cleaner for everyone, not just the few. So if we are one human family, then it's time that we stop letting this corporate greed dictate our children's future. What the enemy meant for exploitation, we got to sit here and understand that we need to turn it into a movement for justice and for life. And we can do that. And there's organizations and groups that are fighting towards that, right? And some people, when it comes to money and things like that, they're saying, no, let's go back to fossil fuels. Let's open up some of these, factories and stuff again, even though despite it's going to pollute the air and, make it a very toxic living area for the individuals that's there, but they want to make the money off of it. And the mean green, right? They're saying no. We want things to be safe and healthy and affordable for everybody, right? So there's the fight on that. There's the back and forth on that. That's how, those type of things go. And so moving on, we're going to go ahead and get into our final topic for the live, y'all, before I get up out of here. So Donald Trump's naval blockade, we got to go back into a little bit of that with a little bit more detail, okay? And this is his blockade on Hormuz. It has begun, and there's warnings to hit Iranian vessels. And so we know that this is not going to be good, y'all. None of this is good. It hasn't been good. And this is what we're dealing with. But, we know that God is in charge, and he can fix all of this. Okay. Respectfully, like I said, I believe in God. That's how I speak. That's what I talk about. I believe they can fix all of this stuff and turn it around. We already see a lot of it being turned around as we speak. But I know sometimes it doesn't happen when we want it to, but it will happen in just due time. So let's go ahead and get into this final video, y'all, and we will wrap up this live for the day. And I'm going to go outside and get some sunshine, child, because it is nice out there, and I need some fresh air and some sunshine. I'm going to take my boy out in his little car and have a good time. So let's get into this, y'all, and we will be right back. I'll meet y'all in the chat.
There is, of course, a latest threat, a fresh threat that has been issued by Donald Trump after Washington's deadline for Hormuz has passed. And this is the Truth Social post that Donald Trump has posted. I quote him: Iran's navy is laying at the bottom of the sea, completely obliterated. 158 ships. What we have not hit are their small number of what they call fast attack ships, because we did not consider them much of a threat. Warning: if any of these ships come anywhere close to our blockade, they will be immediately eliminated. That is the latest post by Donald Trump, the US president, as the deadline of the Strait of Hormuz that he had given to Iran has now passed. And of course, the US military is now blockading that particular strait. The US president's threat, remember, comes half an hour after the deadline set by him had passed. Trump had announced a blockade of the strategic Hormuz Strait after the weekend peace talks with Tehran ended without an agreement. Remember, the US military had announced over the weekend that it will begin blockading all Iranian Gulf ports, but will allow ships not coming or going to Iran to pass through the strait. Now, of course, Donald Trump saying that Iranian Navy has been completely obliterated. Let me quickly go across to Susan Teherani, our correspondent, joining us from New York at the moment, and get in a word from her. Susan, this is the latest threat, of course, coming in half an hour, 30 minutes after Donald Trump's deadline for the Strait of Hormuz in Iran has passed. Of course, now saying that Iran's navy has been completely obliterated. What more are you picking up on the US blockade in the strait?
Right. What we're picking up right now is a very clear escalation in the U.S. posture, for sure. The U.S. has effectively now begun enforcing a naval blockade, targeting ships going to and from Iranian ports, and President Trump is signaling zero tolerance for any Iranian naval responses. You mentioned his latest message. He says much of Iran's navy has already been destroyed and warns that any remaining fast attack boats approaching the blockade will be immediately eliminated. Someone compared to what the Trump administration has been doing with those small drug vessels in southern America that they've been, trying to eliminate. So the message from Washington appears to be deterrence, essentially telling Iran not to test the blockade. But the key question now is whether Iran's smaller Navy units or proxies, even the Houthis, attempt to challenge it. The Houthis, I mean, in the Red Sea, and Iran threatening to close Bab al-Mandab, because that's where the risk of direct confrontation in the Strait of Hormuz and in that region particular would come from at this point.
Right, Susan, thanks very much for joining us with more information. It's almost halfway through this fragile truce, and there's already an escalation after those peace negotiations in Pakistan failed. Now, of course, the entire focus is on the Strait of Hormuz. Let's wait and see how Iran now responds to this fresh threat by Donald Trump.
All right, there y'all have it. That's all we got for today's live. So you've seen a couple topics or whatnot. One that was very, very interesting to me when it comes into, the correlation of a lot of things that we see happening on these social media spaces and here on YouTube, right? So we did, cover a lot of heavy ground, okay? We talked about the naval blockades in the Middle East and the standoff between the Vatican and the White House, and the major shifts in the Supreme Court and the global fight for our digital privacy. That's the ones I said. Very, very important. It can feel like the world is shaking But I want you all to take a deep breath and remember who you are. Okay. We are not just watching history, we are witnessing a global awakening. What the enemy intended to use for the division, God is using to bring us into unison, bring us together, right? And unite. When things get loud and the rhetoric gets hateful, that is the sign that the old systems are losing their grip. We are seeing people in Hungary and in Colombia and right here in our own communities, whether it be a social media community like YouTube or where you live, standing up and saying, we choose humanity over hate. So as we close out this live, I want to carry this truth with you. Take it. I'm taking it. You can take it if you want it. You are the light in the dark, okay? Your voice, your vote, and your love for your neighbor are the most powerful tools that you have. Don't let history loop steal your hope for tomorrow. We are one human family connected by a spirit that is no digital dragnet, okay? We ain't out here robots. You know what I'm saying? We're actual human beings. And so we need to hold on to that. Now, we must remember that we have to stay vigilant. We have to stay informed, but most importantly, we have to stay at peace, you know? And I know that's hard. You know it's hard for me, y'all. A lot of this stuff and a lot of things sometimes come, and I allow those things to disrupt and steal my joy and my peace. But just remember, y'all, that me and Mama were over here. We love y'all. We appreciate you, and we thank you for being part of this channel and our movement for love and truth and fun and all of the things, right? So we got to go out there and be a blessing to somebody else today. You know what I mean? Even if you pay somebody a compliment that you see, that might make their day. That may make their entire day. So the small things that we can do to engage and interact with one another sometimes can make the ultimate difference. But anyway, y'all, that is all I got. I will see y'all on the next one. Let's stay prayed up. Let's keep fighting to be the best version of ourselves. Let's keep striving to not allow the darkness and the chaotic mess, right, affect our energy, how we move, how we act, how we respond. Lord knows it's easier said than done, but that is what we strive for each and every day, right? But thank y'all so much for joining and tuning into this live. That's all I got for this one. Y'all may hear or see me a little bit later. You know, we'll see how the rest of the day goes. But anyway, that's all I got for the political updates, y'all. I'm going to go ahead and end it with a bop. And I'll talk to y'all soon. Holding out. Bye.
System failure. Anomaly. Detected subject is non-controllable. Yeah. They try to program me, put me in a box. Funny. Red cup, dark liquor, watch the plot get thicker. Heard you dropped a little track, cute a little flicker. I'm the full-blown wildfire, watch the concrete glitter. From the glass to the towers, I'm about to shatter, splitter. You a copy-paste, you a default setting. I'm the root command, the password you ain't getting. While you betting on the likes, I'm collecting on my dead ends. I move through the mainframe, your whole system I'm upsetting. You talk loud, but your signal's weak, it's just a dial tone. I got the city wide, every circuit is my own. Built this from the ground up, flesh and chrome. Now I'm sitting on a data throne. Leave me the hell alone, your whole style is downloadable. A free trial that expired. My flow is custom hardware, permanently hardwired. You're predictable, manufactured, easily acquired. I'm the rogue AI, they warned you about rogue and inspired. They pulling levers, pushing buttons, trying to find a mainframe. They screaming in my name, and the static, hear the static in my name. You can't contain the uncontainable, it's just a losing game. Feel the voltage in my veins. Woo! Call me non-controllable. My price is unquotable. No. Your movement ain't notable. I'm glitch in the matrix, breaking the basics. Yeah, non-controllable. My frequency's unsolvable. This power ain't holdable. I'm the ghost in the code. Watch the whole world overload. Watch the whole world overload. Watch the whole world Flip the syntax, hit them with the new phonetics. Y'all are basic, I'm kinetic, I'm cybernetics. Got that RDO, dope, that digital anesthetic. Your career's a 4-4 error page, not found pathetic. How, you can't compute the moves, I make you buffering. See me in my chrome, I whip the subwoofer suffering. They say I'm out of this world, like my spaceship's hovering over your block. New rules, I'm governing. Hologram hustle, you can't even touch me. Future shock flow, ugly. Trust me, your whole mainframe is dusty, rusty. I'm that 10G network, y'all are stuck on floppy disk, disgusted. Put your hands up if you can't be bought, can't be taught, can't be caught. If you the glitch, they never saw it. The battle, they never fought. Wait, they pulling levers, pushing buttons, trying to find a mainframe. They screaming my name in the static, hear the static in my name. You can't contain the uncontainable, it's just a losing game. Feel the voltage in my veins. Woo! Call me non-controllable. My price is unquotable. Your movement ain't notable. I'm glitch in the matrix, breaking the basics. Yeah, non-controllable. My frequency's unsolvable. This power ain't holdable. I'm the ghost in the cold. Watch the whole world overload. Watch the whole world overload. Watch the whole world You think you run this, you're a puppet in a puppet show. A predictable algorithm, a binary yes and no. I'm that chaotic variable, the one that makes the system blow. I don't need a feature, I don't need a cosign. I am the event horizon where all your little stars don't shine. Every line I write is a system override. There's nowhere left to run, baby, nowhere left to hide. Welcome to the